Good morning. Notice of the time and place of these committee meetings was publicized by notifying the area news media, by notifying the Omaha World Herald and the Nebraska Press Association, OPPD outlets newsletter, oppd.com, and social media, by displaying such notice on the arcade level of Energy Plaza, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on May 9th, 2025. A copy of the proposed agenda for this meeting has been maintained on a current basis and is readily available for public inspection in the office of the district's corporate secretary. Additionally, a copy of the Open Meetings Act is available for inspection on oppd.com and in this meeting room. Thank you all for joining us. As a reminder to those joining us on WebEx, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. We'll take public comments at the end of today's meeting, as well as at the board meeting on May 15th, 2025, which will be conducted in person at the Omaha Douglas Civic Center and begin at 5 p.m. The public may attend in person or remotely via WebEx by going to oppd.com. Joining me today in person are my fellow board members, Amanda Bogner, Mike Kavanaugh, Craig Moody, Mary Spurgeon, and Eric Williams. Sarah Howard is joining virtually, and John Hudson let me know ahead of time that he was unable to attend. We also have members of our executive leadership team, Steve Bruckner, our general counsel with Fraser Stryker Law Firm, OPPD staff. Additionally, we currently have 23 attendees in this meeting, consisting of OPPD employees and members of the public. Today, we'll hear the following committee reports. Director Spurgeon will report on governance, Director Moody on finance, Director Howard on CP&E, and Director Williams on system management and nuclear oversight. I'll now ask a member of OPD's physical security team to provide the safety briefing for our locations.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for attending our committee meeting this month. As you can see here, we'll go through some quick safety briefing information. If anybody's not feeling well, hopefully you're not here, you're at home getting rested, getting hydration and seeing those doctors. No matter what, we have several items of first aid as well as AED and fire suppression materials located just outside of the room, primarily just outside and to the left. We want to make sure everybody's aware of the emergency exits. We have exits at the front, and then we also have the ability to exit out of the side here. In the event that we would have to exit the building, we would just ask everyone to go to that parking lot just to the north side of the building so that we can make sure everybody's in one group and make sure everyone's safe. Watch out for any environmental hazards. It looks like it's a beautiful day, so hopefully we don't need to worry about that too much, but watch out for any types of trips or falls. If anybody needs any assistance, please go ahead and let anyone here from OPPD know, or any of the security personnel outside of the room. They'll get you help as quickly as possible. And just be prepared to do any type of emergency type of drills in the event. We'll help you through those for fire or evacuation or anything. We also want to go through some psychological safety. These meetings are meant to be respectful, as all of our OPPD meetings are meant to be. We want to hear healthy conflict so that we are taking everybody's perspectives in mind. This is a trusting environment and one where we promote a culture of curiosity so that we're all continuing to learn. And then finally, we all work in very important digital environments, so we always want to be aware of cybersecurity issues and watch out for any of those suspicious emails that come through, and be sure not to click on any links that you're not familiar with. So with that, I'll turn it back over to everyone.
Just a quick question. You mentioned it's a blue sky day, beautiful weather. In the event of a tornado, can you remind us where the tornado shelter is in the building?
Absolutely. So for this room, what we'll do is we'll have you follow the direction of the BCBS security team outside, and we'll probably be moving to the back of the building in a warehouse situation. They have a specific room on the main level here, 4 people on the main level. So we'll move back there, and again, we'll have security personnel that will help any movements of that. Thank you very much for that reminder. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to start the meeting, Ms. Lane, will you take the roll?
Director Bogner? Director Kavanaugh?
Here.
Director Ford?
Here.
Director Howard is virtual.
Yes, we're here.
Director Hudson? Absent. Director Moody?
Here.
Director Spurgeon?
Here.
Director Williams?
Here. Thank you. And now Director Spurgeon for Governance Committee.
Thank you, Chair Ford. The governance pre-committee meeting was held on May 6th at 8 a.m. Following a safety briefing and a review of the prior month committee actions items. we went on to discuss item 3, board policy revision, governance process policy 5, or election of board officers. At last August's board workshop, this governance policy was identified as needing more clarity for transparency and ease of execution. Revision of this governance policy is the responsibility of the governance committee. By way of a sidebar explanation to public listeners, each board subcommittee is responsible for oversight of different governance documents as they are related to each subcommittee's oversight function. 3 governance policy revisions will be presented to the full board today, 2 of which were revised by another subcommittee. Because all 3 are governance documents, they're being presented to the board and the public at this time in this subcommittee's portion of the meeting today. Following that, we received the annual health plan report, which you will also receive today. That was followed by a report of the 2025 labor agreement ratification. This report of agreement involves 2 of the 3 labor unions who provide services to OPPD, and this item also will be presented to the full board today. Number 6, severance agreement in excess of $500 or $50,000, excuse me, $50,000 is a legally required report to the board, and you will also receive that today. Ethics reporting, number 7. This item is for me, and it simply asks if I have received any word of ethical breaches by board members as chair of this committee, and the answer is no. Number 8, governance committee planning calendar. Vice President Foch guided us through a quick look at likely agendas of upcoming meetings. And number 9, the board work plan. Again, at the board workshop last August, one of several items listed for possible improvement of board functioning was development of a board chair success profile. A draft of such a document has been prepared by Vice President Foch for director's review and consideration. This is an internal document related to board functioning and is available and diligent to all board members. Following a summary of meeting 1, we adjourned. So at this time, I'd like to turn this over to Vice President Scott Foch.
Thank you.
Are you going first?
Was I first on the agenda?
No.
Well, then, maybe we should go to.
Well, we can do.
You know me first, I'm up here,
Yep,
great.
hold on just a minute.
Yeah, sorry, you'd asked and I said yes.
Did, sorry.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thanks for the flexibility this morning. As Director Spurgeon had noted, there are really 3 policies before the board for consideration refinement. One is BL8, the delegation to the President and Chief Executive Officer of regarding procurement. One is GP15, nuclear oversight, and the first one to actually go through is GP5, election of the board officers. I just wanted to make a brief comment and really commend the board as we go out and talk through LPPC and other utilities. They often will ask us, how are we doing this? And the type of governance system that's been set up through this type of review of policy, charter review, and the regular habits of governance are noted by several. In fact, a few have adopted our policies and approaches. And so I just wanted to acknowledge the importance of that and actually the importance of reviewing governing documents such as this. So the first one, the governance, and we'll stay on the data sheet for a minute here. Thanks. The governance committee took a look at GP5, election of the board officers. And what this change was initially asking for was to take a look at language that's circulated at the board governance workshop. And that language there was a little bit of confusion regarding how you had a majority and mentioned 5+ governors or votes. And having both seemed a little bit confusing. So really it started as an initial clarifying language, but as you'll see coming up, there's a little bit more than that. The System Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee convened on April 28th and took a look at BP15 nuclear oversight and BL8 delegation to the President and Chief Executive Officer regarding procurement and some potential changes to that, and are recommending changes to both of those policies. We're bringing this together to create one board action instead of having to go through multiple actions, and that's why I'm reporting out on all of them. If we go to the first red line, you'll see that this one became a little bit more than what was actually initially asked for. During the board governance workshop, again, the survey that came about, the board was asking for some clarification around 5 or more votes and the term majority. Taking a look at the policy, however, it wasn't really reflecting current. And so the red line here is really to reflect what has been current practice. There's a few things here. The last several years, the governance committee has provided a slate of officers for the full board to review. Conversation in the January meeting really did highlight the fact that the board may approve that recommendation, but certainly don't have to. That they can consider alternative recommendations, and any director may place a nomination for any officer position, either in advance of the meeting or during the meeting. The point is that those elections should be open and transparent, and people should understand where the nominees are. And I believe that the governance committee providing a slate is really intended to facilitate and simplify that process. And directors may even self-nominate. So wanted to clarify that. And then the next bullet highlighted the fact that officer elections shall be conducted in open and transparent manner. That was clearly a conversation that happened in January here, and wanted to acknowledge such. What happens if there is more than this slate? There's suddenly more nominations. That's what the rest of this language highlights. That's just how the meeting itself would convene and how you would ultimately get to the election of officers. So in many ways that language has stayed the same. It's just what would happen if you had more than one nominee for any of those positions. And then the third change really is that the board officers shall serve a term of 1 year or until election of their successors. There was some conversation and I think some confusion as to whether or not you would have multiple year terms or not. And in the governance workshop, the conversation surfaced that, well, you could, but don't always have to, and there may be reasons to not. So this red line just simply offered that officers may serve consecutive terms if reelected to hopefully provide a little bit more clarity there. So the governance committee reviewed this and we're recommending it for the board for consideration. Are there any questions or clarifying comments?
I'm wondering if, you know, the debate on majority or 5.
Yeah.
I wonder if that goes back to 7 board members.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think I'm fine.
Thank you for that. And honestly, if you have 5 or more votes, the assumption is that you have an 8-member board. And majority would need to be added, or that number would need to be changed if the number of board members were to ever change. So there was a connection. Any concerns or questions?
Could you remind me is it 5 for the vast majority of our business, except for when we need a supermajority?
That's correct.
That's right. So there, to your point, I'm maybe stuck in the history here a little bit. There was a time when 4 votes passed. That's right. Board action.
When there were 7. board
No,
members.
There was a time
when there was 8.
Oh, when there were 8.
Yeah.
Changed that a couple of years ago.
Right. So that's what I wanted to affirm, that there are basically two scenarios here. It's 5 for most activities, except for when we need a supermajority.
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
Excellent. Great. Anyway, I'll have to have a history lesson counselor at some point. I appreciate it. Excellent. Thank you. If there's no questions on this one, we'll move on to the next one, nuclear oversight. In February 20th, the board approved revision to the System Management Nuclear Oversight Committee charter. And that charter really was designed to reflect the nuclear plant and its current state of decommissioning operations. And so as a result, as we were taking a look at this policy, it felt like it was no longer really reflective of the current state of the plant, and recommendations for management were offered to the committee for consideration. It would still obviously the revisions to the policy are good in the sense that they continue to state the commitment of the board to nuclear oversight and to the nuclear safety and all that's involved even in this stage of the development. Also, I think there was some conversation, although I wasn't there, about as I read and talked to some folks, it sounded like there was conversation that this may also be a good foundation and holding place just because we don't exactly know where the future of nuclear is going to be. And so maintaining a policy on nuclear would be helpful in light of future trends. Any questions or comments on this one?
Scott, I don't want to get into the weeds. However, when I read that last sentence, it suggested to me that we don't have decommissioning metrics. Would it make sense to just say decommissioning metrics shall be provided to the board on a quarterly basis? I mean, maybe this is a question for systems committee, but I assume we've got metrics we're tracking on a regular basis. Right?
We do, and I would just offer that the charter itself refers to the types of metrics that would be provided. I think if policy came first,
Okay.
it makes sense to have a policy that says shall be established and provided,
Okay.
and then it becomes executed through the contract. If that makes sense. So there's kind of a sequential order to things that I would offer versus a change, but certainly would be happy to make that change.
So, well, to your point, given that that's not something that we're modifying today, that's language that's been there for a while. So, okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Anything else on GP 15? Excellent. Then finally, there was a proposed change to BLA, which is a delegation of authority to the president and chief executive officer as it pertains to procurement. There was a very small change that was really, it looks like a typo in the initial one, on bid solicitation, simply adding the word or deleting the word the. And then on the last bullet, executed contracts with authorized transactional values greater than, it would go from 500,000 to 1.5 million. The proposed change really came again through the workshop. There was a question because there was a change to there was a change through legislative bill 1370, which was approved by the governor on April 15th that and revised Nebraska statute 7637, basically increasing the number for when it comes to sealed bids from 500,000 to 1.5 million dollars. And so the question is for this, which really refers to those items that are not closed bid, should this change or not, so that it just aligns? The committee discussed and would recommend that the amount change to 1.5 million. I would just offer in taking a look at this, it was interesting because we had the opportunity to really seek and to better understand, are we living in full compliance with this? And I know that we've not been concerned by this information to the board. So that came to our awareness in reviewing this policy, and we are making steps to correct for that so that you will have full monthly awareness as the last bullet would state. And the way we create that awareness is on oppd.com. So it's not just the board that becomes aware of the public. Any questions on this one?
I appreciate the reminder that there is transparency on those contracts. It's not just a blanket approval to continue doing all kinds of activities less than $1.5 million. So I appreciate that reminder, especially because a number of those things come through systems committee, and streamlining the process by which approvals are necessary, increasing that value will help to keep things moving forward quickly with trust given to the CEO, the executives in the organization. So
yeah, it's a good reminder that on oppd.com, there's a section there that has not only this information, but it has open current RFPs, sealed bid awards. There's a whole section in there for the public to consume.
Excellent, thank you. We will ensure that that is up to date. So thank you. It is good to go through the policies for such reasons.
Thanks.
Scott.
Thank you.
And who would like to go next?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
So I have 3 items coming before you today. The first 2, the severance agreement that you heard Director Spurgeon speak to, as well as we are bringing 2 of our labor agreement contracts for ratification by the board. Those 2 items will be discussed by Director Jerry Rainey, after which you will hear from Vicki Lee, who is our direct. I'm making you a director. Congratulations. She has responsibility for our benefits. She's the benefits specialist here at Oppd, and she will be bringing the annual health plan report to you today. Thank you, sir.
Well, good morning. Good to be with you. If we want to go to the severance agreements real quick, and a reportable item to the board. 2 severance agreements. This is under the Fort Calhoun decommissioning process. And so you have one total severance of $80,423.19 and one for $126,090.56. So those are both reportable to the board. If you look at the severance program itself, it's the Fort Calhoun State decommissioning. The reason for the over $50,000 is typically these are long-term employees that have been with us for a while, and we're just getting to the decommissioning phase where the layoffs are occurring. So, any questions on that as far as severance agreements? If not, we'll jump into the exciting piece of labor agreements. I'll real quick, just from an overview standpoint, what I'm going to talk to you about today and ask for your approval on for the agreements is opportunity. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the opportunity and goals that we had for the 2025 negotiations. I'll talk to you a little bit about the approach and the process that we used. A high level tentative agreement where we agreed upon, and then the results of that agreement. As far as opportunity and goals, we had 3 goals going into these labor negotiations, and it was all around competitive wages is the first part of that, and that is, were we paying competitive wages in the market that helped us to both not just attract new folks to OPPD, but also retain current employees. And so that was the first goal that we had was are we being competitive? The second was around choice. As we move along, we're seeing a lot more emphasis on competitive type of benefits packages. And that includes everything from healthcare flexibility, retirement savings, and then expectations of the workforce, if you will. So the workforce, as they change, are we changing our labor agreements to meet that type of criteria. And then the last part that we had was a lot of clarification around the agreement. We do this every time. We have, our unions are really good from a leadership standpoint about talking with us outside of negotiating times. And so we end up with a lot of memorandums of understanding, things like that, when we see changes occur. And so we want to incorporate those into the agreement. And so that's part of that. And the other part of that is just clarifying some language around what we do as a practice compared to what's written in the agreement. And so that was the goals that we had for 2025. From an approach standpoint, when we started this process, the first thing that we do is that as soon as we get agreements, we go right back into looking for the next 3 years agreement and how that's going to work. And so we review and we analyze the current agreements, and we start immediately, and we go through based on the fact of all the legal requirements, the standards. We look at grievances, we look at the labor management trends that we have, and it's combined with an actual salary survey that we do. We call it a comparability survey, but we actually go out and survey comparable utilities to see from a pricing standpoint, from a market price, market pay standpoint, benefit standpoint, are we in the same market as they are? Are we exceeding that market? Are we competitive? And then the last thing that we do is we typically, in the last year before we get to the contract phase, we go out and we do a company-wide tour. My group goes out and talks to all the managers and says, hey, if you need something in a labor union, want something in a labor agreement, what would it be? And then we compile all that together. And then we put together a cross-functional team across OPPD to do the negotiation. And it's typically, that cross-functional team is typically represented by BUs unless the business units themselves don't have a lot for the labor agreement, or they have mostly exempt employees and are not represented. For the most part, you'll see representation on there from each business unit to do the negotiation with 1483. So here's what we've done. We have a tentative agreement with both 763 and Local 31. And that tentative agreement is for both of those are 3-year contracts. In that is the wage piece. We made some healthcare changes, if you will. We've introduced what we call a narrow network, which will it helps employees from a spending standpoint. It narrows the network of which they can use, but from a spending standpoint, it narrows and therefore reduces costs. We also included some non-emergency language into the new contracts. We included relocation assistance for union employees. We did not have that in the union contracts, and it made it hard to attract anyone outside of our regional area. So we added some relocation assistance in there. We had some post-retiree health changes, and then we did some supplemental retirement changes.
Jerry, does relocation apply toward new hires, or would it involve transfers as well?
It doesn't involve new hires. Most of the time with the 13 counties, we don't get into a whole lot of relocation for employees.
Okay.
They're typically within the 50-mile range. Okay. So we don't have that as far as if they're forced to move, if they're forced based on, and when I say forced, they're based on, we have a vacancy and somebody has to move to like Nebraska City. There's some pay incentives around travel, but not relocation. And then some other items that we just have in the process with the clarification of the provisions. Classifications, we consolidated some classifications. We also introduced some new, and then we removed almost every classification that you would have seen at Fort Calhoun Station has been removed out of the contract now, just based on the fact of where we are in the decommissioning. We added a floating holiday. We added that floating holiday. We hadn't added holidays. We hadn't added any holidays to our pay scale. And we were a little bit behind due to the Martin Luther King Day and Juneteenth Day. And so we added a holiday to cover those employees that wanted to celebrate those type of days. So it was kind of like that we added a floating holiday in there. We increased the meal allowance a little bit just based on the fact that, as you are well aware, if you've been to the grocery store, food's a little more expensive. And so it's also more expensive at restaurants. And so we added the meal allowance. Sick leave, we added an 8-hour day for 763. We had an unforeseen circumstance that was happening where people couldn't reconstitute their sick leave if they had like a regular well appointment. It would count against their reconstitution of sick leave, and that was never the intent. So we added 8 hours for them to do like well checkups, dental appointments, things like that to keep them out of the penalty of reconstitution of their sick leave. So we added that for 763. The 31 did not add that. They didn't see it was important, but they did see that they wanted the transfer request, and so we've added transfer request language, much like the 763 language around seniority. And then we also worked on some travel allowance pieces, adding our new locations. So things like Standing Bear, Turtle Creek, here at, the huddle space, making them headquarters for us and eliminating energy plants. That was the overarching things that we did in these two contracts.
Jerry, could you just help me understand what non-emergency language is?
So non-emergency language is things like asking people to come in early or stay late based on whether or not that's a call out or based on the fact of when they're told to do that. We tried to get to language that is the least disruptive to employees' lives. So it's a the emergency language is easy and emergency goes on. The non-emergency was a little more difficult. And we didn't have, there were a lot of different views about how that non-emergency language was working as far as like folks coming in early, staying late, things like that. So we clarified that language to make sure that all of these labor unions are within 763 would be paying the same way. It's not a difference in timekeepers. It's contractual.
Jerry, can I hop in real quick? We've gotten some feedback that we're all a little too quiet for those online. So just a reminder, if we can all speak up a little bit. Thanks, Jerry.
That was not me, right?
No, not you.
Hey, Jerry, also, you indicated there's a tentative agreement. Have the unions voted yet?
The unions have voted.
Yeah.
It's a tentative agreement. What is left is board approved.
Okay.
For 763 and 31.
Thank you.
Help me understand the reconstituted sick leave. That's a phrase I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, so our sick leave, once you use sick leave at OPPD, we have a reconstitution period of 18 weeks, which means that if you go 18 weeks without using any more sick leave, it reconstitutes to the full amount that you had.
Oh, okay.
And so, you can imagine, you go out for a knee surgery and you're out 6 weeks and you're looking to reconstitute that 6 weeks and you have a dental appointment. What was happening was if they used a dental appointment in that case, they would stop their reconstitution and start over. And so it was unintended. So we clarified the language and gave them eight hours a year to take
They
care
can
of
use
those
that in
well
like-
appointments.
They can use that in like an hour block or a 2 hour.
2 hour blocks.
2 hour block.
2 hour blocks, and it has to be 2 hour blocks in it. And since they're well appointments, has to be told to the manager 2 weeks in it.
I would request that it doesn't look like this slide deck is in our all committees book. It's in governance. I don't see it in the all committee book. Okay. Thank you. Can we add that, please? Yep. Thank you.
So I would say the next slide, the results of our agreement is I believe we hit all of our wickets around competitive wages, choice and clarity. Asking for your approval today and I'll take any questions that you may have.
Are we making progress on the, is it 1483, the third union?
Really. Really close. I would expect that we'll have agreement with them.
Jerry, could you talk about, I mean, you started with the goals and that's helpful framework. I'm curious about process and is that a collaborative discussion? Is that something that you and your teams like talk to us about how the goals are formed, what the process is for creating them?
Yeah, so probably the competitive wages is the easy one, right?
Sure.
We want to be competitive. Choice and clarity are more around things that we're seeing in the workforce. Generational changes are huge in that. Folks that are coming to us right now, they're not really concerned with things like long-term employment and retirement. They're concerned with more things like choice and benefits and those type of things. And so we know that because of the surveys that we do internally with employees and our engagement survey and those type of things. And so we build our goals around around that data that we're receiving. Clarity is one that's always going to be on there because as we struggle through, or not struggle, that's the wrong word, as we work through like grievance procedures and things like that, typically it's a misunderstanding around the language. And so what we do is we note that throughout the 3 years, and then we go fix that when we get to the point of actually working through the contract. Sometimes it's nothing more than examples that we add, and that seems to clear it. That seems to clear a lot of it.
So, thank you. I think you described what they are more clearly, which helps. I'm curious though about process. I'm curious about the extent to which unions are involved in helping to craft the goals for the negotiation, or is that sort of a one-sided thing that we do and then bring to the table? Are they aware of them as part of the negotiation?
These are our goals. These are what I would say management goals, us going in. We do share them.
Okay.
So we share them, and then they share their goals with us. Typically, competitive wages is always, they're with us. Flexibility, choice, those type of things, they're there as well. And then clarity is one of these, everybody wants it. Everybody wants to be more clear. And how does that go? They have additional goals, and they get more specific, like down in the weeds of, we like this kind of healthcare. We've heard this in the marketplaces. We want more matching funds. Those, they get a little bit more specific and a little more granular than we get. But their conversation with us helps us build our proposals around what we think is not just like, you want to be competitive at the same time responsible. And so that's how we write our proposals. We write them from a very responsible, competitive offer.
Sure.
And then we negotiate back and forth. That process is just spirited at times, and it's just back and forth, and coming to an agreement. And what you see at the end of the day is a tentative agreement after a long process of that negotiation.
Sure. I think I have two more questions. Sorry to.
No, sure.
I think you started by saying, well, let me ask a question. To what extent do you feel like we've achieved the goals that you outlined? And relatedly, I'd just be curious about your perspective on the extent to which the unions felt like they achieved their goals. I'm trying to understand like how, if this was a one-sided negotiation or whether or not both parties felt like they achieved the goals, generally speaking.
Yeah, good question. It's a negotiation.
Sure.
So at the end of the day, there's some things I wanted we didn't get. There's probably some things that the union wanted that they didn't get. But at the end of the day, we've agreed to a contract and we bargained in good faith. And I think that's what the same thing they would tell you is the same thing that I would tell you is we came to the table, we bargained with them in good faith. And even though everybody doesn't get everything that they want, but at the end of the day, I'll tell you, I believe both of these unions are extremely pleased with their contracts, and I'm pleased as well.
Thank you. You preempted my last question, which was about bargaining in good faith. That's for us as directors. That's what's in our SD. And we talked about this in governance a little bit. So I appreciate you jumping out in front of that one. I'm good.
I'll ask just one more question regarding process. How many times did you wind up meeting, just kind of generally with folks? This has been going on for a while.
Interestingly enough, Local 31 brought an international negotiator in. We were done in 4 days. So we met for 1 week, solid 8 hours a day, and we were able to tentatively agree to a contract. 763, we met 2 days a week. Sometimes it was 4 hours, sometimes it was 8 hours, and we have done that since January. Late January, early February. And so we were able to do that. 1483, we started a little late. And I feel like that's a little bit of the reason that we went a little long, but interestingly enough, we're as early with the contracts as we've ever been. So, you know, we're gonna have a contract before the other one expires, which is actually, I would call that successful.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions about that, thank you very much. And congratulations. It's a
Thank you.
long process. As Lee is making her way up to report on the health report, I just have to comment about how important having the benefits package for workers is in making them happy. Sometimes I think they think when I was a worker, it's like the wages were all the thing. And the longer I learned, the more I learned it's right. Well, yes, that's important. And the benefits are a really big deal as well. So, and so to health plan report, which is a delight to hear, I think.
Yes, good morning. My name is Vicki Lee, and I am the Senior Benefit Specialist. And I'm here to report on our annual health plan report for the 2024 plan year. So we're going to go over this slide. I'll break it up into different sections. At Oppd, we maintain a health plan for our employees, retirees, survivors, and eligible dependents. The district's health plan is a self-funded administrative services only health plan, which includes medical insurance, prescription drug coverage, dental insurance, and then related health programs. We are subject to the Political Subdivision Self-Funding Benefits Act, which requires an annual report, which we're doing today on our health plan, and then plan reserves. The 2024 annual health plan report consists of 2 sections. The first section displays the expenses and the reduction of expenses related to the district's self-funded health plan. And then the second section summarizes the activity of the 2 required reserves. The first part that I'll go through is our expenses. So our medical, dental, and prescription gross claims were $39,972,000. This claim class is for active full-time and eligible part-time employees enrolled in our health plan. Our medical and prescription claims did go up by 3.6 million over the 2023 plan year. This was largely in part due to we had an increase in the number of high-cost claimants that reached or were over that $200,000 threshold that we look at every year. In 2023, we had 25 claimants over 200,000. In 2024, we had 33 claimants. We also continue to see an increase in pharmacy spend year over year. The pharmacy trend of 12%, we now include in our future projections. And then we also had about 6% increase in our medical plan enrollment for 2024 over the 2023 plan year. And then lastly, there's more expensive medications and treatments that are being released and approved each year that are impacting our health plan costs. So this accounts for about 2% increase in trend. Our dental claim costs did increase by about $100,000. This was mainly due to the benefit changes that we made beginning 2023, which were the result of our 2022 contract negotiations with the union. So we had made a number of changes to our dental plan. And then the next line item is our other post-employed benefits, or what we call.
One quick question, sorry for interrupting.
Okay.
You've talked about a bunch of reasons why the expenses are increasing. There was also an increase in number of employees, right?
Correct.
So there's embedded in there is also we are covering more employees. My guess is over 100 net new employees that are covering the plan. Is that correct?
That's correct. We had about a 6% increase in our health plans from 2023. That was attributed to the increase in employees.
There you go. Thank you. You did say that. I didn't catch that.
That's
Thank you.
quite all right. So the next line item is our other post-employed benefits or our OPEB trust. This expense was $23,352,000. So the OPEB trust is used to pay for current and future claim expenses for our retirees, survivor of retirees, and our employees who are on long-term disability. So what goes into the OPEB trust is the medical claims for these individuals, the medical administration fees, life insurance premiums, and then health savings account funding that we do for this group. That's all paid through the OPEB trust. Every January 1st or in January, an actuarial analysis is done to determine the annual required contribution or the ARC for the new year. The amount of the annual required contribution did increase by $5.5 million over 2023. Contributing factors where we had an increase in liability, we have more retirees than what we did in 2023. And then we also had a change in the plan's accounting and amortization period. So the favorable amortization period did end in 2023. So now payments went back to a more normal amount going forward. So that also impacted or was part of that 5.5 million increase. The third line item is our health plan fees and reserve adjustments. This totaled $4,555,800 in 2024, which was an increase of about $250,000. And this area consists of about 4 different areas that goes into this dollar amount. So the first one is our health savings account funding that OPPD does to eligible full-time employees that are enrolled in the high deductible health plan. So enrollment in our high deductible health plan increased by 2% over the 2023 plan year. And then also our medical and dental administration fees also goes into this figure. And our 2024 fees paid are slightly higher due to the increased enrollment of that 6% figure that we saw over 2023. And then we have a number of health management programs. So those fees are also part of this dollar amount. And those programs are programs such as Teladoc, plan advisors through our third-party plan administrator, and the plan advisors help our members direct care. And then also the care management program that we have through our health plan that helps manage those more complex, ongoing health conditions that individuals have. And then the last item that goes into this figure is the stop loss coverage fees that we pay. So we have 2 different stop loss coverages on our health plan. As a political subdivision of the state of Nebraska, we are required to have aggregate stop loss coverage. Aggregate stop loss coverage will reimburse OPPD or our health plan if total claim costs exceed 120% of the projected claim costs in a calendar year. The other stop loss coverage we have is individual stop loss coverage, which we added in 2011 because of the Affordable Care Act removing lifetime maximum limits on health plans. So we added individual stop loss coverage. And this coverage will reimburse our health plan if claim payments exceed $400,000 per member in a calendar year. So the last item that's part of this fee reserve adjustments is the reserve adjustment cost itself. And on the far right side of the screen, this is where we're going to go through those 2 required funds required reserve funds that we have. And the funding for these reserves do vary each year. That's why it is a reportable item. And an actuarial analysis is completed every year on both of the reserves to determine the amount that's needed in both of the reserves. The first one is the incurred but not presented reserve. And this reserve accounts for timing delays in claim filing and processing. And the reserve adjustment increased by $189,000 over the 2023 plan year. The second required reserve is the monthly claims expense reserve. And this reserve ensures funds will be available to administer the health plan in any ensuing month. And there again, an analysis is done each year to determine estimate what the cost of 1 month's expenses would be. All right, so I've gone through the expenses, we've gone through the 2 reserves, and now I'll look at and reduction of expenses. So this includes things such as, so that first line item is the employee and COBRA contributions, and this is what employees pay for medical, which includes the prescription drug coverage, and then also dental coverage. And then also the premiums that we collect for those that are on COBRA or continuation of coverage. So contributions did increase for employees in the 2024 plan year. Our medical plans increased by 9.9% for employees and then 12% for our dental plan. So that was all factored into what we received from employees. The other item that is listed here is prescription drug rebates. That's also a reduction for us. And rebates are variable every year because they're related to medications that are filled by our enrolled members. So our rebates were about 40% higher or just under $1 million higher than what we received in the 2023 plan year. However, keep in mind that an increase in rebates is typically due to higher pharmacy spend too. So it's correlated or related. The next item is stop loss reimbursements, which are also a reduction in expenses. So reimbursements in this area also vary each year. And the amounts received that goes into this figure, both for active employees and then also our Oppd members or other post-employee benefit members. We had more large claimants over that $200,000 midpoint mark than what we did in 2023, but fewer individuals over the individual stop loss coverage of $400,000. So that's why you see a reduction, or we received less dollars in 2024 than we did in 2023. So we had more members that went over that 400,000 mark than what we did in 2024. So overall, our health plan net expense increased by $7.9 million from 2023 to 2024. However, the increased premiums paid by employees, stop loss reimbursements, and the prescription drug rebates did help offset that increase by about $2.4 million. So each year, our goal is to have a healthy workforce and then to also mitigate our costs. It's important to us to have a robust and full wellness program, as well as cost containment and health management programs that support a healthy workforce and then also help to mitigate those costs. So we provide a number of programs to employees, such as annual health screens that are on site, flu shot administration. And then we added skin cancer screening coverage to our medical plans, and that preventative coverage that's offered through our medical plans. We have a smoking cessation program, and then we offer different weight management programs for our members to meet them where they need and what they need, including a very robust 52-week long program that's through Real Appeal. And our wellness program also hosts several wellness events and challenges for employees throughout the year. We just had one that just ended last week. So there's a number of resources that are available for our members at their fingertips. And then we also, through a plan administrator for our health plan, which is UMR, we also have their ongoing care condition program. And then they also have a reminder program where they provide reminders to members in about 150 gaps in care areas. So, and then lastly, I want to talk about mental health is really important to OPPD too. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and we just offered or issued training to our employees in May, which we do every month. And we also have an employee assistance program where 2023, 2 years ago, we increased the number of visits from 5 to 8 visits. And then we also have a number of resources available through our wellness program, and then Teledoc. We not only provide general medication or general medicine and dermatology, but we also have the ability for them to access mental health providers as well. We're also continually evaluating and looking at other programs that we can bring into our health plans that will support a healthy workforce and then also mitigate costs. And then we continually evaluate the programs that we currently have, because we want to make sure that they are still having a positive impact for our members, but then also looking at the overall cost of the program that we offer as well too. So finally, I just want to say that we want to provide programs that support our employees, support a healthy workforce, and then also will lessen costs. So I went through a lot of numbers, but I'll open it up to any questions that you all might have.
How is the $7 million difference between the last 23 to 24 compared to other year increments in the past?
Fairly comparable. Now that COVID period, we did see, nobody was really going to the doctor, so claim costs really flattened out and we didn't see that much of an increase. But then we're back to kind of pre-COVID numbers. So, anywhere between 5 and 8 million is what we typically see. Thank you. Other questions?
Seeing none, hearing none, but I just want to commend you for the way all of this is managed, and particularly for the number of wellness programs that are encouraged here to keep physical, mental health, everything. That's how we keep the costs low, is by encouraging people to stay well, I think. So really, you keep going on, and then there's more, and then there's more.
No, it's fine. Those 5 pillars of health are super important to us, whether it's financial, mental health, social aspects. We do provide a number of programs that's really top of mind for us.
It's great that you recognize that those are all interrelated and contribute to one another. So, well, seeing no other questions, I want to thank you, Ms. Lee, Mr. Rainey, Vice President Purnell, for all of your good work here, and I believe the governance committee rests.
All right. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. And now on to Director Howard for Customer and Public Engagement Committee report.
Thank you, Director Core. The Customer and Public Engagement Committee met on May 5th. We had a grants update, a legislative update, and a product and services update. And today we're bringing to you a legislative update and a product and services update. And so I will pass it over to Tim.
Thank you, Director Howard. I will turn it directly over to Seth Boyles, who will give us this month's legislative update. It continues to be an active period, both in the state and federal level, and we'll hear the latest from Seth.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Give us afternoon now, right?
Close.
Get my timer on here. Feels like afternoon to me already. So yeah, we're gonna go through the state legislature. We're on day 78, close to the end date, which is good. And then some on the federal update on the reconciliation, LIHEAP tariffs, Missouri River issues, and the like that we have going on there. So next slide, please. So these are some of the bills that have been held in committee that we're going to work on over the interim to make sure we can get the language right. They've had some opposition, had a lot of discussion. One is on the rates bill. We've talked about that a lot. One is on our transmission issues on private entities owning transmission going forward. And then the other one's our NEMA bill on making sure we can reform on how that happens so that we can cut some of the time out, make it a little bit more efficient when talking that way. We'll see where all that's going to go, but these are 3 that we're going to be working on over the interim to make sure if we can get them to a point that can move forward. Great. If they can't, we'll figure it out from there. Next slide, please. All right, these ones are also held in committee. These are ones that we've opposed. We've talked about these a lot. The energy storage bills and then the cost of living adjustment bills. These bills aren't going to move anywhere this session. There's just not enough time for it. We're going to see if there's something that can be addressed later, but if not, the bills that we're opposing, there's going to be where they are for right now. Yeah, they're kind of winding down on whatever we have going forward here. So next slide. These are ones that have advanced from committee that we've worked on. LB 175. This is about the issue we had on our arbor line about one landowner wanting to get a crossing between 2 different properties. We worked that out. That's been included in LB 398, which is a Transportation and Telecommunications Committee committee package bill. That's been included in there, and that's on final reading now. LB 311 is a telecom bill. We had issues with this because some of the language that was first put in there looked like some of the hurdles they were seeing about voice over internet protocols, those kind of things. The hurdles could be our rates, our master agreements, those kind of things. So we got language in there to assure that we are still able to do that. Clearing the hurdles for them to get that done. And that's on the final reading as well.
Sorry, Seth, 311 there, so it says position opposed. Our position changed after the language update on 311.
Yeah, we were opposed, yeah, we went to neutral on this. We were opposed to it just because that's how we got to see the paper.
Got it.
Make sure we got in there. So a lot of these, we've opposed them in some form or fashion, just to make sure we get there. Then, once it gets to that process, we let everyone know that we're okay with the bill now, moving forward, those kind of things. LB 660, this is on the phones. We testified in a neutral capacity. We're able to get our exemption about NERC SIP standards included in this. It's just like all the other Pacific stress test issues that are out there. Got in committee priority, got in the committee amendment, got it to the floor. They talked about our compromise on the floor, getting it through general file and select file. There was an amendment to strike our language. We were able to talk with the amendment sponsor to pull the amendment and work over the interim to see if there's ways we can improve the language in the bill, just to make sure they didn't like exemptions, those kind of things. Full well knowing that they know public power is not the issue. They know that NERC SIP standards are a cut above anything we could do here in the state. They just don't like exemptions. So I'm gonna figure that out, but as of right now, that one's on final reading going forward too. So it was a good outcome on that. Next slide, please. These are other ones we're working on here. LB 468 is the inheritance tax, business incentives, and nameplate capacity tax. This is on the select file. This is up this afternoon. We're gonna see what happens on that. They've narrowed that bill down to make sure it fits into the contours of the budget and the revenue package. It is increasing the nameplate capacity tax. We're seeing where all that's gonna go. The business incentives look like they've been struck out. The inheritance tax has been delayed. We're gonna figure that as well. Senator Jacobson's crypto mining bid, reading too, we worked with that during the whole time to make sure we could get that where that was going. There'll be 644, the foreign adversary bill. This also has a drones piece on that. Got the general file, our language is still in there. Select file, they're gonna try to take the drones piece out of it since LB 660 is a drones bill. They don't need them kind of competing with each other. The only issue is with some of these bills here, if there is a fiscal note, it's gonna cost some money. It's gonna be very difficult for them to go forward because right now the budget has a little over $1 million wiggle room is all. So we're gonna have to see where all that stuff's gonna go. But as of right now, knock on wood, we've had a fairly successful session, but there's still a few days left to see where things could be added or subtracted, and we're keeping a good eye on all that stuff just to make sure I'm going forward. So any questions on the state stuff, because I've burned through that in a little over 5 minutes, so. Okay, next slide, please. And on to the fun federal reconciliation. This is the big thing that's going on right now. House Energy and Commerce came out with their proposal Sunday night. House Ways and Means came out with their proposal yesterday afternoon to kind of look at it, what everything's going to be. The bills are vast. We're reviewing all the provisions, but a lot of these are tax issues, tax legislation, tax language, all this stuff going through. Everybody is pouring through this thing right now. All our stakeholders, everyone across the country, looking at to see where these things are going to go. It's a big daunting task to see what it is, because the other fun part is they released the language yesterday. They're marking it up today, or yeah, this afternoon. So they're gonna vote on it at 2 o'clock in Ways and Means, or 2:30 in Ways and Means, 2 o'clock in Energy and Commerce, and then Agriculture is gonna do this provision at 7:30 tonight. So it's moving fast, but the issue is that we still have more bites at the apple going forward. They don't have consensus on what's going to be voted on. So we have the committee process now. We'll have the floor later, and we'll have the Senate after that to figure out how this is all going to look. There are a lot of moving pieces in this and just issues that we have to look at. Some of the things that I know that we've already flagged, there's no change to tax exempt financing, no change to elective pay provisions, which are all good. Some of the other more challenging issues, there's a phase out of clean electricity production credits. It's just accelerating that thing. We flagged that last time for you guys. Phase out of clean electricity investment credits. So all those are going to be going. They're going to be phased out a little bit sooner. Phase out of zero emission nuclear power credits, production credits with their PTC. They're terminating the clean hydrogen production credit after the end of this year. There's a lot to it, and we're trying to figure out where those are going to be. There's also some scaling back of the green energy credits. What else we got here? Phasing out technology neutral credits. I said before, the 7,500 consumer tax credit for most EVs will end after this year.
So Seth, you've characterized those as the provisions that are in the proposed legislation.
They're in the proposed
Not
legislation.
yet finalized, though.
Not yet finalized. And the other one is recouping unobligated funds from EPA's greenhouse gas reduction fund. So that's kind of where it is right now. Like I said, everyone's still trying to figure out exactly what it is. People are triple checking on the tax and financing side and on the direct pay issues just to make sure we're set. They're going to try to move these bills by Memorial Day in the House. And then they want to get it to the president's desk by July 4 recess. It's very ambitious. That's what I'm saying. They need to get it done before August because also included in this is the debt ceiling increase. And the debt ceiling, their D-Day for that is in August. So they need to get that done. But like I said, there's a lot of issues in here. The loan program at DOE was hit pretty hard. Everyone's trying to figure out where this is. So as of right now, the sentiment on both sides, so there's a number of moderate Republicans that aren't happy with it. There's a lot of conservative Republicans that aren't happy with it. So they're going to try to meet to where they can get enough votes to get it off the floor. Because this is going to be a completely partisan issue and vote going forward from here. Reconciliation allows those kind of votes, simple majorities on both sides of both House and Senate. That's how they're going to get this, try to get it done. Some of the things that they do, it makes the 2017 tax cuts permanent. Increasing the child tax credit. They're looking at the SALT deduction, the state and local tax deductions. They're trying to increase that from right now it was $10,000. They're going up to 30. There may be more room on there because they found more cuts than they really needed. So the big discussion, big mess going forward on all of these things, and this is going to play out in the next few months. So we'll keep you guys apprised as we kind of go through, review everything. We're gonna need legal to look at it. We're gonna need all the departments to look at it. We're gonna need everyone to really look at this stuff, including APPA, LPPC, NEI, American Clean Power. Everyone's just pouring over it right now to see exactly what we're looking at. So,
is that a combined letter from all three utilities?
yeah, that was on tax exempt financing. Representative Bacon had one. He did a dear colleague, which is bipartisan as well. House Financial Services Committee Chair list of the committee, all the committee chairs of that included a letter in there too. All of those were very positive, and we think that's how we kept tax exempt financing out of the bill as well. We had a great meeting with Senator Ricketts. He personally talked to the chair of the Senate Finance Committee and saying he won't support if that's in there as well. So that's also been positive. All that stuff has been very good. The border adjustment's not in there. And then the IRA, IIJA, I mean, that's a lot of the savings is coming from cuts or just changes, kind of phasing out things sooner rather than later. It helps get some cost savings, and they have a lot of those on there. So,
Do we have a summary version of the implications for projected future OPD costs if the current language moves forward?
not yet, because that's what we're all kind of pouring through it right now. Because right now the Ways and Means bill is 389 pages. The section by section summary is 47. So it's quite a bit. And then it's going to change at the committee level. It'll probably change on the floor. And it will absolutely change in the Senate. So we may be chasing rabbit holes here for a while until we actually see what's going on, just trying to do a lot of that on the fly as well.
I will tell you, I think even going back to the state piece, one thing that we kind of flew over quickly was that nameplate tax increase. That's going to affect likely our costs with all the PPAs that we have. Each one of them is different. We're going to have to figure out how that affects our costs. In here, I haven't heard of any positive news for our costs. So likely all of these are going to have either a neutral or negative effect on our costs as tax credits go away on renewable generation, on clean energy, even on nuclear. But I haven't heard anything that says, hey, in exchange of that, there are new tax credits on XYZ. There's nothing. Everything is either taken away from us in terms of tax credits or neutral. So
You said, I just want to be clear, you said negative, you said neutral or negative affecting the cost. Negative meaning it's going to drive our costs up.
correct. headwinds as opposed to tailwinds.
There's a lot going on. Yes. Right? And I think, you know, you fit, there's a lot more and what do I need here? Maybe what I'm looking for is just some public affirmation that we've got our eyes on a lot of the other things that are going on, whether at the DOE, EPA, otherwise. Like this is the list of things that we're engaging in from a negotiation standpoint, but we're still sort of waiting to see on a variety of other things and what they work their way through. Yes, affirmation, like I don't know that we don't need to get into the weeds at all today. I just think it's important for the public to know that we're staying abreast of everything that's going on.
Director Moody, maybe I'll add a bit of context to that. Seth does a great job on these updates and what the level at which he needs to fly for context and timing. What it belies a little bit is the network of subject matter experts and visibility within our organization that exists and that he and Brooke have built as these topics go forward to make sure we're plugging in the right subject matter experts within OPPD to both understand the opportunities and the risks associated, whichever way it's going. And Director Williams, to your point, at some point as the jello starts to solidify a little bit to understand what some of those implications are. Through that journey, there's a couple of determinations. One is how much effort do you put into assessing impact when it's literally flying around minute by minute? Sure. Right. We will wait until it solidifies a little bit. I think the other thing it suggests is, and I'll use the tax exempt financing note that's on the slide. What the team does a nice job of doing is as we get to some point of relatively solid position on any given piece of legislation, the team then assesses how to engage our legislative delegation, respective senators in the context of that issue at hand, but also in the context of everything going on that we've engaged with them on, that others are engaged with them. So how these things come out is usually pretty strategic and opportunistic based on the context of the day. I hope that helps.
Yeah, that helps. Thank you.
I'll let you know right now too, I've been in contact with APPA, American Clean Power, LPPC during this whole process and saying how these of the year as well others have, just to make sure that since they're the ones on the ground there, they're working hard to make sure and covering our aspects of what we have. Because it's a big list of everything that's going to go on there and it's going to be hard to do that. Our delegation knows exactly where we are in these things. May or may not be with us on certain things, but you know, they've come on to help. I'll highlight Representative Bacon. He's come out with and helped on some of the clean energy credits and those kind of things, saying he would oppose it if those things were on. It's all, once you get to that point, you're in the kind of the overall thing of, okay, is the overall bill better for where we are going? It makes enough of the issues on both sides. There's a big full court press on this right now to see what we can come back on and other things and see what changes we can be made. But just so you guys know, those are very high level conversations. We are fortunate that some of our delegation has engaged on those high level conversations on behalf of us as well. So, like I said, once we get a little bit more clarity on this, we'll see how that's going to go. That's also the problem with reconciliation when it comes to these things. You don't have the Senate 60 vote threshold on controversial bills because of this, and that's kind of the new way of the world in the Capitol right now in DC. Just makes it tough.
Okay, thank you.
Quickly on the LIHEAP funding, state got the other 10%, which is good. They got some of the staff back over there, so we should be okay for this year going forward. Just so everyone knows, President's budget usually zero out LIHEAP funding, power marketing administrations, those kind of things. It's a budget gimmick that they zero them out at one point, Congress puts it back. So if you guys hear anything about that so far, everyone's advocating for LIHEAP. No one's really proposing that we're going to cut that any way, shape, or form. Tariffs, it's an ongoing saga. That's all I can say about it there. They impose tariffs, they take the tariffs off, they come to agreements, those kind of things. The ice jam's on board of the nominee for Assistant Secretary of Army for Civil Works. That's coming up very quickly. We're working with Senator Ricketts' office about getting questions to make sure that we get a commitment from the new Assistant Secretary for Civil Works to work with us to address the ice jams going forward on an adequate basis to make sure that we are getting everything we need on that going forward. So there's a lot going on in DC finally. It's timing couldn't be a little bit better, but you know, it is what it is. We're working hard to make sure we're staying engaged with everyone across that. We're working with the other utilities down the Missouri River to make sure we have everything that we need taken care of. We're all in the same alignment of what we need to ask for and how we're going to do that. So with that, I think my slides are done. Any other questions? What's going on? Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you, Seth.
Thank you.
Okay, and Director Howard, I'll transition directly into the product and service update. Handling this for us today will be Brian Adams, our Director of Product Development and Marketing. Brian, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you again for the opportunity to come here with the quarterly product and services update. We'll be discussing 3 products today. First up, our renewable energy certificates. So in 2024, we began selling RECs to large CNI customers, as well as in November, we completed our program for selling to small and medium-sized businesses as well as residents. Yes. And so in 2024, we started off, we had a little over $200,000 in revenues. A reminder that RECs are entirely voluntary. If a customer chooses to purchase the cleanness attribute of their energy, this is the mechanism for how they do that. And so this, I think, is familiar. So we'll go on to the next slide, which is more of what's happening in 2025. This year, we have finalized the external sales offering. And I am happy to report that on Friday, we completed 8 transactions to bring in roughly $400,000 in revenue to OPPD. And so that's a positive step. And we have a lot more to go in that vein. The final step coming out probably in the next month or so is long-term contracts. So last year, we got a lot of good feedback from our large CNI customers looking for price certainty. And so we put together a program that we think will address their concerns while also trying to maintain OPPD's position. And so in partnership with our large customers, we're pretty optimistic about that phase as well. Yes, Director Williams.
Yeah, when this was originally discussed, I had some questions about the way that would be reflected in our SD7 reporting. If we sell the green attributes of the energy, our customers no longer get to make those claims. So we would expect an update about the reporting on RECs in the upcoming SD7 monitoring report later this year. Is that right?
Yeah, we'll be applying those RECs. First of all, the monies for this are already going to be teed up for some carbon reducing projects that we're going to be doing for this period. As far as affecting our overall carbon reporting, we are issuing, we're using eGrid to communicate our carbon slice to our customers that need to have that. This would not affect our carbon emissions. We're using absolute emissions to calculate what our emissions are overall. So sales from this, as we discussed before, will not impact our reporting as a company as a whole, but we will reflect the spend and latest carbon reporting STs.
Great, thanks. Look forward to
that. All right, then we'll move on to our next topic. The electric line plan. So this is a warranty product sold through HomeServe. We offer the opportunity to be protected in case of wear and tear. If your wire goes down, this is a product that will help cover a one-time larger expense. We have roughly 30,000 customers currently in this program. In working with HomeServe, they have expanded the product to also include wind, tree, and ice, which in March was very relevant during that large winter blizzard. And so we're happy to be able to offer this sort of evolution of the product to those customers as their 12-month subscription comes up. They'll be notified of the change, the expanded coverage levels. The price does go up about $1.50 per month. But we think that given the last few winters, this will be a great opportunity for our customers to stay protected through this warranty product.
Brian, for customers that may be listening that may be are a bit confused looking at this slide around, wait a minute, does an OPPD restore outages? Can you delineate just a little bit about the coverage that customers voluntarily choose here, what it covers, distinguished separately from what we would restore in an outage?
Yes. So OPPD is responsible for the line up to the house. Great diagram on OPPD's website that shows where the for up to a point at which the homeowner is responsible. And so this warranty product ensures everything from that point forward into the house. And it's a great way to sort of smooth out the potential costs for those who worry about the idea of $1,000 expense hitting them all at once. This is a wonderful opportunity to smooth out the potential risk from that point forward into the home.
Thanks for that clarification.
Thank you. All right, next slide, please. Next up, I am happy to let you know that May 1st, we started the Life Sustaining Equipment Program. We have heard from customers that they want us to be more proactive in communications for those with devices to help keep people alive and healthy. And so we have put together this program based on research from across utilities across the country and are happy to be rolling this out now. The primary benefits of this will be the ability to list additional emergency contact information so that if and when there are issues, we're able to get in touch with multiple people, which will likely lead to faster response times from customers and greater awareness in a shorter period of time. Secondly, for planned outages, we will use this program to know who needs greater advance notice so that those who rely on power, again, for maintaining healthy lives, to make adjustments in advance. So if we have a planned outage in a neighborhood, we will ensure to notify our life-sustaining equipment customers that there is a planned outage so that they can make adjustments in advance. And finally, during the AMI rollout over the coming months and years, we will be utilizing this group as well for advanced notification, similar to how I described, because there will be a small outage as meters are swapped out. And so we will now be able to notify folks and have awareness of who is in the life sustaining equipment program. And so we'll be able to tell them in advance that their outage is coming and to make sure that they have a plan.
And just to confirm that small outage when meters are swapped out, you're talking minutes.
Correct.
So very precious minutes if you have a life sustaining equipment at home, but most customers wouldn't notice.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. Next slide. So again, this speaks to the program launching as well as the AMI communication beginning in July. I will say that this program will not change our disconnect policy. So everything else in the program stays the same. So disconnects will remain the same. We will increase communications. Again, we want to ensure people are aware and able to make adjustments as possible. But this will not change our disconnect program nor our outage response program. So in the terms and conditions, we make it very clear that this does not elevate those, though we will continue to be in touch with our customers throughout. Any questions?
We had a good discussion during the pre-committee meeting about, I'll say limits of liability once we have line of sight to customers on life-saving equipment. Would you like to provide a summary of, or could you provide a summary of some of the legal findings that you guys shared with us as a follow-up? Just to express that we don't have.
Always worked on that. Yeah. So like Brian mentioned, the terms and conditions are, lay out that this is really intended to be an opportunity to provide additional communication for individuals that have life safety equipment in their houses. It does not prioritize anybody outside of how OPPD handles ordinary service interruptions, and this is really just a communication. Yeah. But those terms and conditions are very clear on that, and used across the country as well.
So maybe a confirmation from Director Bogner's question is, does this increase our liability? Does it keep it the same? The service to the customer without adversely affecting our liability?
Right. It creates no additional risk to the district.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian.
Right, with that, excuse me, I think we can move on to Finance, Director Moody.
Yes, you can. Thanks. Colleagues, the agenda is up in front of you from our meeting on May 2nd. As you can see, it is a very full meeting. Only a couple things that I want to hit on. There was a lot of handling of the district's business. 1, 2, 10, and 11 don't require any discussion. The two that we do need to talk about, just quick updates. We did get a grants update. Director Howard mentioned as much in the CPE. So I won't go into that. And then the next one that I do want to just take a moment to discuss is the fuels update, item number 4. That was simply an update to the committee, so no board action required. Our rail contract is moving along. The RFP is released this month. So one of the things that's important to note about this is that we maintain the arbor line. The arbor line affords us the opportunity to get multiple bids, which is really, really great. And it will help us manage costs for our customer owners. So that one is moving along, and there's also negotiations happening around natural gas pipelines headed to North Omaha. So work is underway there. So nothing major, no action required on our part, just some good updates on some of the negotiations that are happening for the district. Everything else that's on the agenda, we're going to go through today. So that's the chair's report. If we want to move on, the first quarter 2025 financial report.
Great, thank you, Chair Moody. So we have Ms. Laura Langford here, our corporate controller for the OPPD organization. I'll just draw our collective memory to the healthcare update provided by Ms. Purnell and the team. You saw that those costs went up $7 million year over year, last year to this year. And so we continue to have our financial position tightening with many things like that. And Laura is going to walk us through the report card that shows us how well we're managing a number of these different aspects. So Laura, please take it away.
All right, well, good morning. Thank you. So as Brad said, I'm going to go over the first quarter results. We did meet with the Finance Committee earlier this month. not only did we go into a deep dive into budget comparisons, which is what we have up here and I'll present today, but we also did a year-over-year comparison just to give a flavor of how things are going from year to year, as Brad mentioned. So we have encountered some challenges so far this year. That's largely driven by the blizzard we had in March, the cost to recover from that, and we've also had some lower retail revenues. So kind of set the stage with that. We'll go into some details then if we want to go down to the next page. All right, so to start on the dashboard here, I'm going to start in the upper left on retail revenue, and you can see that we are under budget year to date, about $15 million. Like I mentioned, we talked about some year-over-year comparisons. When we look at actuals, we have seen load growth in all customer categories. But from a budget perspective, we're running behind. The biggest driver there is an industrial revenue. We're not seeing that load ramp come on as quickly as we expected in the budget. So we are running about $15 million behind year to date. Dropping down to off-system revenue, here you can see that we are running actually ahead of budget. We're over budget about $13 million. And that's due to additional congestion hedging revenue that we receive in the SPP marketplace. So receiving more than we had planned for in the budget. I'm going to shift over to the right then on fuel purchase power expense. That kind of rounds out our net power costs. We are running over budget on those costs, about $15 million as well. And that's year to date through the end of March. That's largely driven by an increase in purchase power expense. We had additional purchases with generation outages. And then on the flip side of those congestion hedging revenues, there are some costs related to that. And so those costs were also higher than we expected in the budget. We also were above budget a bit on fuel expense as well. We had some additional generation on our balancing stations. That was more than we had expected in the budget. And then shifting up to the right on other operations and maintenance expense, we are also over budget in this category through the end of March. This is largely from the higher distribution costs that we had related to the restoration expenses that we incurred with the March blizzard. And just an update on that, that has been requested from FEMA for funding, but we are still waiting for a presidential declaration on that as well. So we're in kind of in a holding pattern right now on those costs.
And Laura, can you speak up a little bit more?
Oh, sure. Yeah. All right. And then we're going to go down to the bottom. We have other income and other expense. On the other income side, we are above budget, about $12 million. That's primarily due to positive investment income that we had through the end of March. And then we also had higher allowances for funds used during construction. That's just due to the higher capital balances we had that earned that AFUDC. And then on the right-hand side on other expense, we are below budget, about $8 million. And that is due to lower depreciation expense as we've had some delays in the commercial operations with our new facilities. We haven't started depreciating those yet, so we were running a bit under budget there. Any questions on that page before we go to the next page? All right, then the next page. So on the left-hand side, we have operating income and net income. We are behind budget on both of those. From an operating income perspective, we're about 24 million behind budget. On a net income perspective below, we're about 10 million behind budget. Both of those are a result of our operations with the higher expenses we've had this year. Net income, though, has some positive offset related to that higher investment income and higher FUDC. So we're only about 10 million behind budget with net income. As we go over to the right-hand side with cash and capital, you can see on the cash balance, we're about $62 million behind year to date at the end of March where we thought we would be. That's due to some of the higher expenses that we had early in the year, partially related to some of the storm costs, and then also how we ended the year last year. That does put us behind where we expected to be, and we do expect that trend will continue until we have our bond issuance coming in the next few months. And then on capital spending, we are running behind budget a bit there as well. We're under budget about $16 million year to date through the end of March. That's just due to the timing on our enterprise priority projects that we have going on. We are tracking that very closely as we forecast throughout the rest of the year as we have started work on the new combustion turbines, and that looks like that may be a bit above budget. So we're working with the project management team to balance that out. And then lastly, on the bottom left, just to cover the SD impacts, we have two to talk about here, SD2 and SD3. On SD2, we are meeting that metric as based on the most recent final EIA information. We are at 15.8% below that defined 7-state region. And then on SD3, two metrics we're tracking there. One is debt service coverage. Through the end of March, we're at 1.89 times. That is below our target of 2.0 times, but we do expect to be at 2.0 times by the end of the year. That is a rolling 12-month calculation. And then related to liquidity, we decreased days of cash on hand a bit from the end of the year to 196 days of cash on hand, which is still well above our minimum target of 100 days. So still in a good liquidity position. With that, are there any questions?
I have not a question, but maybe an opportunity to comment. And we've talked about this a lot, I think, internally with board members, with staff. But I think this is a good opportunity for me to remind everyone in the room and members of the public how serious we take this. Our financial position is incredibly important, without which we really can't do all the work that is necessary. Purchase the turbines, the solar panels, the poles, conductor we need, pay people to do the work that we need to do. As Ms. Langford just mentioned, and we heard about this earlier on with Ms. Lee on the annual health plan. There's a constant tone of inflation. Inflation is evidencing itself here on the cost of capital projects, on the cost of labor, on the cost of health insurance, prescription drugs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. In addition to that, there was some mention today about the lower load that we've already experienced so far, mostly large commercial and industrial customers using much less energy than what they had budgeted for. And we expect that to continue, the trend to continue. Large commercial and industrial customers using less energy for the remaining of the year for a variety of reasons. Some of them might be tied to the same concerns of inflation, availability of labor, and then consumer demand potentially slowing down. So a lot of uncertainty on the economic front, but the message that I want to share here is we are taking control earlier in the year. We started seeing these results earlier in January and February, and to that extent, we have implemented many measures internally at OPPD to cut down on costs. As the year continues to come and we continue to see revenues and expenditures evolve, what we're doing internally is trying to figure out on I'm going to call them loosely discretionary spend. Are there any programs or are there any positions that we were supposed to hire that we can delay, not because they're not important, not because they're not necessary, but they're not critical. If it's not critical to keep the lights on, we have taken the measure to basically delay a lot of these expenditures. We have significantly delayed the hiring of employees, virtually a hiring freeze for all purposes. We are still hiring critical positions. We have delayed capital projects that are very much necessary, but can we live one extra year without those? With some risks, of course, but we are making some delays. So I think that's very important from my perspective as a former CFO. When I see all of these red diamonds, it catches my attention, right? And I want to make sure that we are doing everything we can so that by the end of the year, not only do we meet the 2 times debt service coverage ratio target that we have on SD3, but also make sure that we get to the end of the year with a solid financial position that puts us in a much better place for our 2026 budget. So thank you for the opportunity to just double down on that. I think that's an important message of how we are being a responsible utility managing those costs as the year goes by.
Can I follow up with a couple of questions? The first is, I think, Javier, it was at least a month ago, if not maybe 2-ish, you named the target to reduce our cost by 60 million. Help me understand, that was informed by what you were already starting to see, that Q1 results in front of us. Like, do those actuals match up with what you were sort of expecting, or is it better or worse? Like, give us a sense for how the actuals have married up with what you were expecting.
So I'll give you a very general answer, and of course, there are a lot of details here, but yes, the actuals reflect what we were expecting in some way. So the lower load, the lower revenues is something that we started expecting earlier in the year, and that has materialized. We believe that our estimates from earlier in the year were probably conservative, meaning the revenues coming in are probably going to be even lower than what we were already expecting in January. We're still going through all of those updates. What we did not expect in January was the March blizzard. Right? So in here, a very important piece is what Laura mentioned about the president officially assigning that as a storm. We're anxiously waiting because that would make a very big difference in our year-end results. So that is something that we're not planning to recover for the entire cost of the storm. We're anticipating significant FEMA reimbursements. But for the most part, everything is coming along as we were expecting it to come along. Costs continue to go up. We were planning on those costs to go up, and we're still looking at making those reductions. The $60 million annual expense target reduction is still our target. Do we need to cut more? The answer is probably yes. I'm focused right now on making sure that we get those $60 million in annual expense reductions locked in for the end of the year, before we look into what else can be cut. But make no mistake, I mean, all of these delays or expense reductions are coming at a risk to the organization. Right? We're slowing down critical portions of our own operation. So that's something that management is clear. Troy Vai, for example, on utility operations is very, very focused on making sure that we know what risks we're incurring at the same time as we're managing our cost reductions.
Balancing the two. Okay, thank you for that. I do have another question. I'm putting on my average residential customer hat for a moment and thinking about the rate increase that I just experienced start coming into this year. When if I'm sitting here paying just a little bit more, we're still paying well below the regional average, right? So acknowledging that. But putting myself in their shoes, hearing that our industrial customers are not, like the revenues are not coming in the way that we anticipated, if it were me, it would have me wondering about the implications of that on me and my bill, and like the risks that the district is taking on as a result of, again, I don't want to point fingers at any particular class or any particular type of industry, but I want to speak to our residential customer owners for a second, if you could, about potential impacts, like how should they be thinking about it?
So two things. One, we haven't mentioned residential revenues. Residential revenues are also down.
Sure.
Right. Even though we've had a couple of major storms with very wild weather patterns, for the most part, the first half of the year has been mild in utility terms, meaning it hasn't been extremely cold, generally speaking, and only now it's starting to get warmer. So our residential revenues are below what we had budgeted for. So that's also contributing to the cost piece. But also, just to address your question, we have a very robust and very disciplined, rigorous way of allocating costs, right? So if industrial revenues are down, that factors into the formula for industrial rates. Right? So there's no cross-pollination between customer classes, industrial, commercial, residential. So as a residential customer, you're not going to pay for necessarily the lack of revenue we're getting on industrial. Same thing happens on expenses. But my first comment here is that also on residential revenues, we're seeing that.
Sure.
Now, on the bright side, you as a residential customer are likely using less energy, which is resulting in a lower electric bill than what normally would have been under normal weather conditions.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Colleagues, you're done presenting, right? Yes. Any other questions, comments?
This lower use of less load ramp on the part of the large commercial and industrial. I want to ask, does this ease the pressure up at all on OPPD for supplying energy to people who want to be energized in our area?
Yeah, unfortunately, no, I wish it did. But what happens here, at least the message we're getting from customers, generally speaking, and we can't reveal exactly the conversations, but really what's happening is what they're telling us is for the rest of this year, we're going to use less energy. I still need the same capacity. And I still need OPPD to continue to build and reserve all of that capacity that we need, because at some point, maybe later this year, maybe early next year, their energy usage is going to start coming back up. So this slowing down of existing customer demand is not necessarily resulting in a freeing up of additional capacity we can make available to new customers. Yep.
And sorry, I guess just following on that, that comes back to a discussion we've had in the past. I had asked about utilization in different rate classes, and that's a topic I'd like to revisit again, especially because we're seeing different impacts in different rate classes there. So something I'm pretty specifically interested. I think there's a lot of potential benefit, financial benefit through the system from increased utilization in the residential class from distributed energy resources, the point I've made in the past. That would be using more energy without the need for additional capacity. So the topic I'm still very interested in and something I'd like to follow up with more in the future.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Great. Next, we have Mr. John Petrulis. He is our Manager of Treasury for Debt and Investments, and he is here to reveal to us the performance of the retirement plan in the first quarter of 2025. I'll just note before John gets going, a lot of the volatility we experienced was in the second quarter. So John will give us some comments on how the first quarter went, and we've gone way down and we've basically come way up since that volatility occurred. And so we'll continue to move around through the year. But John, how did the first quarter?
Thank you, Brett. So the retirement plan for the quarter ended with a balance of about $1.26 billion, which is down from $1.27 billion to start the quarter. During the quarter, our benefit payments exceeded our contributions by about $6 million, but the plan there were investment gains of about $2 million. So it all offsets to decrease the balance down to about $1.26 billion. The plan does continue to be within the portfolio asset allocation that's set by the board. So we're good with that. As you see, the total return for the plan net of fees was 0.1% for the quarter versus 0.7% for the benchmark. I want to point something out here is that this number, the 0.1%, does not include private credit. Private credit is something that we don't get return information for maybe 3 months after the quarter. So it's essentially putting a zero return for private credit. What's showing on here is the quarterly return that was in the fourth quarter of 2024. So if we add in private credit, we are pretty comfortable that we would be at least in line with the index for the quarter. And that's kind of shown with each of the categories are actually either beating or in line with the index. So for example, domestic equity was negative 5.3% versus the index at negative 5.7%. And if you go down, you can see that we're either beating or in line with each of the different asset categories. For the quarter, domestic equity was down 5.3% and value actually outperformed growth. And that's the first time this has happened in quite a while. International equities actually increased by 4.8%. I just want to make another note is that we haven't seen, our portfolio is a very diversified portfolio. We haven't seen this diversification pay off, but actually this quarter you can kind of see where international equity provided a 4.8% return versus before it was just the Magnificent Seven. If you didn't have the 7 stocks, you were gonna underperform. And so that's something that that looks good for our portfolio in a little bit in rockier markets than that. Domestic fixed income returned 2.6% and global fixed income returned 2.2% for the quarter. In real estate real estate return was positive for the quarter also, with almost all sectors reporting positive results. Office space still is the one sector that has a little bit of a negative result, but we do have a limited amount of exposure to the office space in the two real estate funds that we do hold. So I guess this is another point I want to point out. We are in the process of replacing 3 managers still. Kate Anderson is replacing Wellington, which is our mid-cap equity manager. And then Acadian is replacing Invesco and Allspring, which are our emerging market equity managers. So those should be done here during the second quarter. We're well on our way with paperwork and getting the change taken over. But that is just as a note I wanted to provide you with.
So third quarter will be the first quarter that we will see the full performance of those new managers.
Yes, yep. So they should be done. They may be done here by the end of May, but they'll definitely be done by the end of June. So with actually the money transferred to the new managers. I guess with that, I would open up for any questions.
Thank you, John. Any questions?
Congratulations so far.
Yeah, at least we're positive, right? I did look at what the returns were, and yeah, as Brad mentioned, we were down. So the Dow Jones average was down about 4.5% through April, and it was down 3% for the first 3 months of the year. So it just shows you April was very down, but markets have come back pretty good. So hopefully we'll see some stronger returns in the second quarter.
But it is important, just a quick reminder here from a discount rate, just to remind everyone, we have adjusted that to a 6.5% discount rate for the year. So starting the first quarter at almost 0, if we get the second quarter at almost 0, it's going to be really hard to make up that 6.5% for the remaining 2 quarters of the year. So that's where my mind goes from a budgetary perspective. At the end of the year, are we meeting or exceeding that 6.5% rate of return? To the extent we don't, that means additional payments that we have to make from rates. To the extent it exceeds it, then it helps with the funding ratio for the pension fund.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, Javier. We actually spoke with Siegel, our investment advisor, specifically about this on whether or not we should be expecting to have our return for the entire year, if it's going to be below the 6.5% or not. And they said it's really. We've seen markets be extremely volatile. It's way too early to make that decision. And so we are just maintaining that 6.5% target at this point.
Thank you for that comment. That's super helpful. Thanks, John.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, John. I think we might have a slide or 2 in there for your consumption later, if I'm not mistaken. And then if we could welcome John Thurber up. John's our Director of Treasury, long time staple in OPPD capital spaces. I won't ask John how much capital he's raised, but he would need a B in front of his answer. And so we're a lot. Okay, he used an A. He didn't use the number. We're very fortunate to have John. The strength of your financial organization is directly correlated with your ability to acquire capital. And so John will talk about the attributes of our financial strength in the SD3 monitoring. And I think we've had a lot of conversation on these and a lot of commitment on these attributes, which I'm very grateful to see from the board and from Javier's perspective. My second and final comment is we hosted the credit agencies here at the Omaha Public Power District beginning end of last month, beginning of this month. For us, that's the Moody's organization, and that's Standard & Poor's. And those 2 organizations had not seen the OPPD facility in over a decade. And so we were very happy to host them. We were very happy to talk about the plans that OPPD has, the growth that OPPD is experiencing, how OPPD is mitigating the risk that we have as effectively as possible. We got to tour the district with the analysts so they could see the infrastructure that we've been investing in. They could see the growth in our community, and they expressed a great bit of gratitude to be able to do that with John. So I want to thank John for his work in arranging a very smooth time with the analysts so that they could rate our credit. And we're expecting the results of that over the next couple of weeks. And then thank you as well, Chair Moody, for the time and investment you made in that process with us. It was fantastic to have you.
Happy to be there. I'll just quickly add, it was two separate meetings, right? S&Ps and Moody's, and the conversations were dynamic. They were thorough. They know what they're doing, right? They have a lot of questions for us. And I thought the team did just an exceptional job of like bringing to light all that's going on within the district. You know, in the matter of a couple hours, it was a really big team that was there representing the district. So I was pleased to be there and was happy to just, you know, sit and listen. And candidly, I've been doing this a while. It's been 8-9 years, and I still learned so much in those couple hour sessions. So thanks to everybody that was involved. It was really great.
Thank you, Director Moody. John.
Thank you, Brad and Director Moody. It's my duty to kind of go through SD3, which is strategic directive providing the board's guidance on access to credit markets. And with the amount of debt that we're going to be issuing here in the future, and we have been issuing for the new generation program, it's obviously very critical for us going forward. So if we go through the slides, to achieve low cost and flexible financial structure, Oppd shall maintain financial ratios and targets to ensure an efficient and cost-effective access to credit markets. Therefore, for our annual budgets, the board establishes a minimum debt service coverage ratio of 2 times. Debt service coverage ratio is our net revenues after expenses. That amount of money would be 2 times our annual essentially mortgage payment, debt payment. With making resource decisions, OPP shall take into consideration long-term revenue requirements, debt to capitalization ratios, minimum liquidity levels, our competitive position as shown by rates, our financial risk and financial flexibility. And the goal is to maintain a AA credit rating with the credit rating agencies consistent with those expectations. So how have we done? We've discussed this. We've been at 2 times debt service coverage other than 2024. And we talked about this when we went through the COP. We knew that this was going to be an issue. When we set rates for 2025, we had a recovery of $13.3 million from using our rate stabilization fund. It turned out that the $13.3 million wasn't enough to hit the 2 times debt service coverage ratio. So the district made a decision not to use more than the $13.3 million. We're dropping our rate stabilization fund from $76 million to $63, and we would have had to have dropped the rate stabilization fund to $50 million or even a little less than that to get to the point to get the 2 times coverage. We knew that we had risks potentially in 2025, and we've shown that the winter storm that we just had. And we didn't want to drop our rate stabilization fund to a level that we were concerned about whether they were going to be able to cover the risks. And we knew that in discussions with the rating agencies, a one-time drop, if we explain the reasoning behind it, their understanding of that. Obviously, it's critically important going forward here that we don't have a below 2.0 coverage ratio in 2025. And so we're in this process now of monitoring costs, monitoring our capital budgets to reach that level. But that was a decision that we made. And honestly, with the winter storm that we did have, it's shown that it's been a good process to maintain a rate stabilization fund level of $63 million. And our goal is to be back at 76 million by the end of the year. So if you'll turn the page, really our resources plans, our resource decisions are really made through the corporate operating plan. But as you see, financial stability, which is how we measure through debt service coverage or liquidity and debt to capitalization ratios, our financial stability really is the foundation of how we look at things going forward. And it's always a balancing act between operating expenses, capital planning, and competitive position. Obviously, we're in the process of trying to manage our operating expenses by lowering them by $60 million. And as Javier mentioned, in addition to that, capital planning, we've had to look very closely at capital planning this year and going into the future, delaying some capital planning to maintain our debt service coverage ratio. And obviously, as we look forward to our rates and potential rate increases in the future, we want to maintain a very competitive rate structure. That's an important provision that the rating agencies do look at also. So it's a real balancing act on how do we maintain financial stability. And it's all of these elements that go into that process. But the financial stability provides us kind of the backbone of being able to access credit markets. And so it's critically important that we maintain that balancing act going forward. And we do have the appropriate SDs, whether competitive rates or service level or enterprise risks, to help us through this process. So with the next slide, how have we been doing? Debt ratio, we're at about the 66% level. Our target, long-term target, is between 50 and 60%, and we haven't been there for a while. And it's really driven by the increase in capital spend that we've needed to do to meet our customer needs. If you look at where we were back in 2019, we're doubling the amount of generation that we have available, and that incurs capital dollars to help support that. And that is shown in the debt ratio. Now, the rating agencies understand that, they look at that, and they understand that we're managing this going forward. And our goal is to have a tail after we get done with the major construction of our new generation projects in 28 and 29, is to begin to see this decline in the future. And we did discuss that with the rating agencies here a couple of weeks ago. The next provision that they also mentioned was liquidity. And liquidity is very important for us. We're spending about $80 to $100 million a month on our new capital program. And to do that, we have to maintain a sizable liquidity amount. And you can see right now, we have roughly about $338 days of liquidity when you look at our cash position and you look at the lines of credit that we have. And that's well within the range of what you see a rating agency look for in a AA rated utility. We just actually issued $100 million of commercial paper. That $100 million replenishes our cash level. And we did that last week. And so that's another bonus that we need to have available to maintain the ability to pay debt expenses and capital expenses as we go forward. And so we're well within the range of a AA rated utility. If you go to the next slide, we have been a AA2, AA rated utility since 2020 and well before that. As Brad mentioned, we will be hearing from the rating agencies very quickly. I believe Moody's will hear this week and S&P will hear next week about our credit ratings for our upcoming bond issue. We're going to be issuing about a $450 to $500 million bond issue in June. And so we've asked the credit rating agencies to provide us with an update of our credit rating. And so very quickly, we'll be hearing what the results are of that. But our expectation is that we maintain our existing levels. So with that, the Finance Committee has reviewed and accepted the monitoring report, and we recommend that the board find Oppd sufficiently compliant with SD3. Director Moody.
Thank you, John. Any colleagues, any questions, comments on the report recommendation? Go ahead, Eric.
Can you remind us the timeline if the credit rating agencies will submit us information at the end of this week and next week? We're looking at a monitoring report on Thursday. Is that usually how that goes?
It's kind of a coincidence. I'll be very honest that we're asking the rating agencies for that. It's certainly possible we could hear from Moody's. S&P probably won't be until next week, but it's possible we could hear from Moody's on Thursday. we can certainly report out to the board at that point. So
John, it's important maybe to address your question. We have to plan the monitor and report cadence years in advance, right? And during the year, we actually go out to the market multiple times during the year. This time around, it coincides very closely with these. We just issued a commercial paper, a month ago?
A week ago.
Well, a week ago, but we also got verification from both rating agencies on the commercial paper program, and they maintained our rating.
Yes.
Nothing substantial has changed since then. So I think that's where I think gives you the thought that we're not expecting any change in ratings for our long-term bonds, given that both rating agencies just rated our commercial paper a month ago for our issuance last week. And we will likely have yet another bond issuance towards the end of the year. This is something we time with cash flows, but yeah, it's just a coincidence.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if this was something that came up previously or what the timeline between the two was. And so just coincidental is the bottom line, but that we have strong expectation of positive results aligned with the goals set in the strategic directive. Correct.
And Director Williams, I would mention the board, the last time we had this rating was back in November. And so obviously it's not too dated. It's about 6 months ago.
Great. Thanks.
Other questions?
Just a comment, I guess. I just think that I remember it being talked about that they should come and visit the district and see for themselves. I'm assuming they found it a lot more interesting than just having people talk at them in their boardrooms. But I just think that's fabulous that they can see it close up.
It was a great opportunity to show them the new facilities that we had and actually to meet the whole executive leadership team and Director Moody. And so it was just a great opportunity for them to see with their own eyes what we're doing. Sometimes when you say, hey, we're almost done with a facility, but then when they go out there and they actually hear it running, that's a little different situation.
And I'll just note they could barely hear it. You're welcome.
Very quiet.
We worked very hard on that. You're very welcome.
Okay, colleagues, any other questions? Okay, so the recommendation's good. I don't think we have the reflection slide. I'll take ownership of that. Oh, we do. I didn't see it in diligent. Sweet. Okay, any other reflections? What's been accomplished, challenges, strategic implications? And again, inviting you into the conversation here, Javier, if there's anything.
No, I think years like these is when this strategic directive comes to life really clearly for me, and it helps tremendously. There are many other years, unfortunately, where it's just an easy non-issue. But I think the way the board has structured the strategic directive today, it is helping us tremendously. Mm-hmm. I don't necessarily have a need for any refinements, but I just maybe a gratitude to the board, because it's one of those anchors or north stars that help the district navigate in years like these when we have so much uncertainty on markets and prices. That it's just refreshing for us to have that clarity.
And I'll just mention that in less than a year, you have reported that there have been two affirmations with one to come, others to come in the next couple of weeks, that this is a very creditworthy. So that's something the public should not worry about.
I do have a couple questions, I think, and these are mostly born out of the opportunity I had to sit in on those meetings. One is, well, yes, underscoring the importance. I remember days before when we weren't borrowing money, and so this was like, okay, that's good, but we didn't have implications. Now it has very real implications for our customer owners. I think my question, one is wanting to ensure that we're tracking the right metrics. I think we are, but I heard a lot of questions around other metrics that rating agencies are looking to that we don't necessarily have in our report. I think we're tracking them in other ways, but they don't show up in the SD. So that would be, and I don't have the list, but I think that's a question that I'd be curious to make sure going forward we're tracking the right things. And the other was, there were some comments around like the difference in methodology for how we do it versus how they do it. And this is maybe a follow-up question for the finance committee, but just understanding like, why are we doing it differently than they are? Ultimately, we're trying to all look at the same number and understand what that's telling us. So again, two things that came up for me as part of those conversations. We don't need to unpack them today necessarily, but it might be worth.
If we can follow it, Director Moody, I would say that the metrics that we showed here, the debt service coverage ratio, the liquidity, debt to cap ratio, and competitive position, I think are the metrics that they really, if you're looking at things that really focus in on your rating, those are the ones that they focus in on. And as regarding different calculation methods, each one has their own take. I would say that what we're doing would be kind of what I would say is an industry standard on how we calculate it. So I feel very comfortable sharing that with you, knowing that Moody's has a little different take on, let's say, the debt capitalization ratio, and S&P looks at fixed charge ratio a little bit differently. But I would say this is very consistent with what the industry looks like.
Okay, all right. That's fine with me. Any other reflections?
I'm just curious about, I know in the past, we've talked that the credit agencies are very interested in knowing that the board is willing to adjust rates in the event that it's needed. And with, the COP that we had in the fall and the vote that was there, we were certainly coming up on a line. And so any articulation or any reflections about that specifically that we should talk about right now?
Well, the budget was approved, right? That's important. But I think to your point, that there's nuance in there. The conversation that happens about rate increases coming in and different levels of comfort, agreement, disagreement. I think all of those they take part into the qualitative part of the analysis that they do. At the end of the day, the quantitative part is we have a budget and we have revenues coming in. The qualitative part is important. It was incredibly important to have Director Moody sitting at the table. He's not representing the board, right? Of course, he's just one board member, but he's the treasurer as chair of finance. And it was important for him to have a conversation with board members and at least just giving the rating agencies or conversation with rating agencies, he's giving them his perspective. So I don't know, Director Moody, if you want to talk a little bit about your conversation.
Yeah, well, that's a really good question. And I think, in my view, and I think it's fair and reasonable to share this, I don't think that it seems likely that we have rate increases coming pretty steadily for the next several years.
Sure.
Just with everything that we have going on, all the things we're building, the new MI, like the list is long. And that was shared, that as we look at our financial outlook for the coming years, this is part of what's baked into our forecasts. And I was able to at least offer my perspective in my role to say, yeah, that's kind of like what we're expecting. And I think we're working really hard to for our customer owners to not take advantage of them and right. So we're thinking about how do we reduce costs in order to keep those rate increases gradual.
Yeah.
So I think it felt like a good conversation and an ability for us to kind of talk through the realities that we have in front of us and our willingness to make sure that like we're looking at this as a full system. There was one I thought really good question that came up as we talked about all the things we're weighing that I think it was generally directed at me, but it was like, how do you balance the strategic directives? Are there some that are more important than others? Which is a really astute question. And the way that I described that was no, like there's not one that we hold up, like this is the thing that we're trying to achieve. It's a suite of directives that all kind of push and pull against one another. And sometimes you're making trade-offs where, you may not meet this metric and because you need to see this other thing go up. So I think we also tried to, or at least I tried to give them understanding for how the full system works together. I hope that answers your question.
It does. I mean, I didn't have a specific question. I just thought, we've not credit agencies in past years of actually, this was the first time where there was tension around that. So.
And I would say, I think conversations I've had with colleagues in the industry, in their own conversations with rating agencies, is we're not alone in this journey of increased costs. As we are, generally speaking, in the industry, we are building the American grid in a way that we haven't really seen in the past 2-3 decades. So what rating agencies are seeing also is that increase in costs are happening not just at OPP, they're happening everywhere else. So I think that they too they have to change slightly the way they're looking at the credit to say, well, we've been trained to assess credit risk in an era where there wasn't really much growth. And a lot of these analysts, that's what they've been analyzing. And now it's a whole different environment where you're seeing capital budgets that are double or triple in size of what they used to be. So the risk is different, right? You're borrowing a lot more money. Are you putting steel on the ground? Is that steel on the ground going to generate the revenues necessary to pay investors? So I think there's an evolution both in the way we present our financials and in the way they assess risk.
Ricky, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I was just gonna invite, I don't know if you have anything to add, and if not, that's totally fine. Just want to make sure you got space.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I really like how in this conversation, the relationships were illuminated through the lens of the agencies want to know that the board has the courage to raise rates. It's never a popular thing. Nobody likes it, including us. And the board, working with Javier, wants to know that the management team also has the courage to reduce costs. And I think the amalgamation of those efforts really comes together in a compelling way for us to be the best stewards of the metrics. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Yes, Director Ryan.
We talked a little bit about growth, and I think something that we've talked about a couple times in systems is also replacement of existing equipment. And a large portion of not only our equipment, but the equipment across the country is original equipment that has never been replaced. And we are in a new era where we are both growing faster than we have in decades, but also looking at things, transmission lines from the 40s and 50s that are now due for the end of their normal life cycle replacements and generation equipment. And so I would say that my feeling is that we have had a successful collaboration with management and the organization on recognizing the need to make those investments. You mentioned AMI, and we are simultaneously upgrading, 6 major systems or something like that, that all could have been upgraded at different times in the past, but are now getting done at the same time. And the expense there is significant. And so I think that is just one example of something that is new, but also replacing a system that we've had in the past. And I think that I'm not sure if there was any discussion with them about recognizing the broader utility industry needing to both meet new demands and provide new types of equipment, but also looking backwards and understanding we are, in some cases, for the first time, replacing things that have served for many decades, but cannot continue to operate. Was that a topic that they highlighted as broadly a new trend in the industry? Or I guess I'm just curious how the rating agencies understand this mega trend across what utilities are up to.
Yeah, I mean, I would certainly invite others in the room. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, you use the terms, but I think in some of your comments, you said building, I like, and rebuilding, right? To your point, it's a both and I think the other thing that I appreciated about the conversations with the rating agencies is they were in some cases fresh off of meetings with some of our peer utilities in the state. And so like they're looking at us within the context of what everyone else is doing as well and trying to understand if things are different here, why, and again, I think their questions were good enough in that space to allow us to really elaborate on what's going on, why, how we're thinking about it, what the plan is. Like it was a very, I think it was an illuminating conversation for them. But again, inviting others that were in the room to weigh in.
We had a robust conversation on customer concentration, because I think the risk of stranded assets as we're building new our new customers as they're getting larger and more important? How does that play with the financials? But to your point, it's the stranded asset conversation is important. Are you building at a pace that is commensurate with the growth you're seeing? Are you building at a pace that is commensurate with the age of your infrastructure? Also, another question that we got was that I don't remember if we got in live, but the question about, are you retiring assets too early that still have remaining life? Those, all of those come into play, because what they're looking at is, do you have the machines that you need, the equipment that you need to generate the revenues, ultimately to pay that service, right? Their focus is not serving customers, although that's our focus. But for them, what they're really rating us is the risk of that an investor has financially. We don't have enough money to provide service. But yeah, the stranded asset conversation is alive and well.
Well, and throughout the year, we have other discussions, include the asset management program and our more specific metrics on vegetation management. That's an increased cost, but it's something that we need to do. So seeing the annual or the number of years to return to a location that Troy has highlighted in the past. I mean, all those things give me the confidence that when we have these discussions, we are demonstrating the focus on the investments that need to be made to continue successful operation into the future. And I assume that they are seeing that as well. So yeah. Thanks.
I really appreciate your conversation, especially bringing in the fact it's not just the new stuff, it's the replacement of old infrastructure. And we did an exercise just not too long ago, just looking at material IDs at our Elkhorn Center, which is our biggest center. From 2020 to 24, we saw 140% increase in cost. That's just standard transformers, wire, conductor, things of that nature. So the inflation for electrical equipment has been quite robust. We see the national inflation, which, we talk about a few percents here and there, but it's been significant in the space of electrical equipment, which also puts pressure in this case too. So I think it's important that we probably should talk about that more in public than we've seen in that particular area, but it's been substantial.
Yep. Great question, great conversation. Any other reflections? Okay, this monitoring report will be an action item on Thursday. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna pause Chair Moody's Finance Committee reporting for lunch. 12:50 still okay with everybody? Let's be back in here at 12:50, please, to start back up. Lunch is in the cafeteria. Back, everyone. We're gonna get right back into it with Director Moody's Finance Committee reporting. So you want to hand it over to Mr. Underwood?
Yeah, now we're bringing the big one, the item. So I'm really excited. The committee got a good deep dive version of this in our committee report. It was super helpful, lots of questions asked. So I'm really excited to have Betsy bring this to the full board discussion. So I don't know if you want to tee it up or if we're rocking and rolling.
Maybe just a brief, long time effort here on this particular issue, and then an exciting effort right behind this on advanced metering infrastructure. And so I think it needs no further comment. Thank you, Chair, Ms. Hoyle.
All right, good afternoon. Beth Hoyle, Director of Financial Planning and Analysis. We'll go ahead and, here we go. So today I'm going to be going through two proposed adjustments that I presented on last fall when I showed Brattle's recommended changes from their assessment on our current rates and riders. The first is going to be to remove the declining block rates, and the second is to remove the energy management credit. I'll then go through the timing of these rate actions and then go through customer outreach. The first up is the declining block elimination. Just to go back through some of the history of the declining blocks, this is a legacy rate structure from the 1950s and 60s that was used to incentivize electrification, offering lower kWh prices for high usage. Declining blocks are still used in some regions, but are less prevalent than in the past. And one of the main reasons for that is the price signal that declining blocks send could encourage increased energy consumption, which is not favorable in our time of rising energy costs and conservation efforts. Next slide. So we are proposing to eliminate the declining block rates and go to a single rate structure for each season. We do have declining blocks on 4 of our rates. Our 2 residential rates are rates 110, which is our standard residential rate, and rate 115, which is our residential conservation rate for customers with a qualified heat pump. Our 2 commercial rates are rate 230, general service non-demand, and rate 231, general service small demand. One thing to point out is that OPPD has about 420,000 customers, and the elimination of the blocks does impact a majority of our customers. So this is all of our customers except our large industrial customers, our irrigation customers, and our streetlight customers. This is a revenue neutral change, meaning OPPD will not collect more revenue from this rate action. There will be benefiters that will see a bill decrease on their bill and non-benefiters that will see a bill increase. I'm not going to go through each rate, but if we look at rate 110, you have the service charge of $30, and then you have 1 kWh charge during the summer months, which is 10.95 cents for rate 110. Then on the non-summer energy, there's 3 tiers. And so for the first 100 kWh of usage, the charge is 9.55 cents per kWh. For the next 900 kWh, it's 8.85 cents. And then anything over 1,000 kWh is 8.74 cents. And so the number of kWh in each tier varies between the 4 rates. Then you have your fuel and purchase power adjustment. So when we take the budgeted energy sales based on our current rate structure, you get a total revenue of $460 million for our rate 110. At the bottom of the table, when we remove the declining blocks and we go to 1 single charge in the non-summer months, again, we take the budgeted energy sales, the non-summer charge becomes 8.921 cents per kWh. The revenue still remains $460 million. So again, it's a revenue neutral change, but customers will be impacted differently based on their usage. As you can see in the 3rd tier for rate 110, it's 8.74 cents per kWh. And now all kWh will be at 8.921 cents. And so higher users are going to see higher bill increases. One other item to note is that rate 115, our residential conservation rate, is still lower than rate 110. This will still hold true with removing the declining blocks. So for rate 115, the non-summer charge will be 8.085 cents. And this is because rate 115 customers do use the system more efficiently. They do have a higher load factor than rate 110, so their cents per kWh is less. Next slide. So why are we doing this? We've had the declining blocks for a really long time, for multiple decades, but we recognize that the market is continuing to evolve and change. Now there is a more diverse mix of generation across the Southwest power pool, and we're experiencing large swings in energy prices year round. Historically, our top highest priced hours have been during the summer months. However, during the last 3 years, 55% of the 100 highest priced hours did occur in the non-summer months. We're also seeing the planning reserve margin in SPP is changing, and it really removes the distinction between summer and winter months for capacity planning. And so the message that we're sending with declining blocks is no longer accurate and no longer in line with industry best practices. So from the Brattle Group's assessment of our current rates and riders, removing the declining blocks was on one of their recommendations that we presented last fall. They did state that the block rates served their purpose during a different energy era and should be eliminated in favor of flat or time-based rates. Next slide. So we did an analysis in 2020 to 2021 on removing the declining blocks, and mainly due to the impact to customers at that time, it was decided to defer eliminating the declining blocks. So I wanted to kind of go over what has changed since 2021. We are now committed to AMI, and there is an interest in introducing time-varied rates. And so what we don't want to do is eliminate the blocks at the same time that we introduce new rate structures. I also mentioned the planning reserve margin increases within SPP. Most notably, the winter PRM is going from 16% to 36% and will go up to 38% by the end of the decade. Probably the most prominent change from 2021 is what we learned from our cost of service study during the last 3 rate actions we completed in 2022, 2024, and 2025. During those rate actions, our cost of service study showed that the incremental revenue that we needed from our residential and commercial classes came from the non-summer months. So essentially, we were under collecting revenue in the non-summer months, again, caused from those higher prices during those months. We no longer have excess capacity during those times, and so there are no economies of scale for high users. So what we did during those last 3 general rate increases is we not only increased the non-summer rate to collect the additional revenue, but we also closed the gap between the tiers. So for rate 110, the difference between tiers 1 and tiers 3 in 2021 was 3.36 cents. And now in 2025, the difference between tiers 1 and 3 is 0.81 cents. And we did that with each declining block rate. So as a result of the last 3 general rate increases, the significant bill impacts from the 2021 analysis are not as large of a factor. So essentially with this change to go to a single block, we've made this change over 4 years, and rate gradualism has naturally been achieved based on the results of the cost of service study. So the next 3 slides, we're going to go through the bill impacts from this change. This first slide is the overview, and then the following 2 will show more of the distribution of the number of customers impacted. So again, with this revenue neutral change, low and average use customers will see a bill decrease, and higher use customers will see a bill increase. For our residential customers, 66% will see a bill decrease, and 89% of residential customers will see a bill change within 1%. 95% of customers of our residential customers will see a bill change that is within 3% of their current bill. And I've stated this previously in different rate presentations is what we've learned from JD Power is that customers really start to notice changes over 3%. So again, only 95% of our customers or 95% of our residential customers will be within that 3% range. We do have 1,500 residential customers, or 0.4% of total residential customers will see a bill increase of over 5%. For our commercial customers, 89% will see a bill decrease. 32% of customers will see a bill change that is within 1%. And 400 customers, or 0.8% of the total commercial customer base, will see a bill increase over 5%. And I'll go through in a couple slides, we'll go through those high impact customers in more detail. So the next slide just shows the distribution of benefiters and non-benefiters. So in green shows the percent and the number of residential customers that will see a bill decrease. And in red is the number of customers and percentage that will see a bill increase. And so again, 95% of our residential customers will see an impact within 3%. Just a couple different data points. Our average non-summer KWH usage for rate 110 is 886 KWH, and for rate 115, it's 1,391 KWH. So the KWH amount from when you go from a decrease to start to experience an increase is anything over about 1,000 KWH for rate 110, and anything over 1,789 KWH for rate 115. For the customers that are going to benefit from this change, the median bill annual decrease for the benefiters is $2.72, which is a 0.2% decrease, and the maximum impact is a 4.8% decrease. The customers that are going to see over 1% decrease are our low average customers on rate 115. Go back. All right, so 33.4% of residential customers are going to see a bill increase, and you can see a majority of those customers will see an increase of 1% or less. The median annual bill increase is 0.3% or $4.19, and the maximum impact is 9.6%. Next slide. So this is the commercial bill impact analysis. Again, 89% of commercial customers are going to see a bill decrease. The median annual bill savings is 95.44 cents or 1.3%, and the maximum decrease is 3.2%. 11.7% of commercial customers are going to see a bill increase. The median annual bill impact is $684.11 or 2.1%, and the maximum increase is 11.4%. Next, we'll take a look at the customers impacted by more than 5%. So for the 1,500 residential customers, their usage is 6 times that of an average residential customer at 5,300 kWh a month. These are all rate 115 customers, so these are heat pump customers. And from our demographic data, the average square footage of the home is 3,800 square feet versus 2,100 square feet for all residential customers. These are mostly rural customers, and from what we found, they are higher income homes, where 67% have a household income of more than $100,000. Of the 1,500 customers, we identified that 40 of them were identified as vulnerable, and we'll talk about that on the next slide. For our commercial customers, there are 400 customers that will be impacted more than 5%. There aren't necessarily any common themes in terms of the types of businesses that are impacted. Our commercial class is our most diverse class of customers. These annual bills range from anywhere from $2,000 to $2.5 million a year. Next slide. So our vulnerable customer impacts in our service area, there are about 70,000 vulnerable customers, and a vulnerable customer here is defined as less than 200% of the federal poverty level based on household size or LIHEAP eligible. Relative to the entire residential class, the vulnerable customer group experiences slightly more favorable, less harmful bill impacts by removing the declining block. 91% of vulnerable customers will see a bill change that is plus or minus 1% of their current bill. Less than 300 customers will see a bill increase greater than 3%. However, 1,600 vulnerable customers will see a bill decrease of greater than 3%. Next slide. And this is just showing the distribution of the number of customers, of our vulnerable customers. Again, 95% will see a bill impact plus or minus 3%. The maximum impact for benefiters for the vulnerable group is a decrease of 4.5%. And for the non-benefiters, the maximum increase is an 8.5% increase. Next slide. So we do recognize that there are vulnerable customers that will be impacted by eliminating the declining blocks. We do have assistant options that are available today, and our product development and marketing team, Britton Gable and his team, continue to make enhancements to our current programs to assist with bill options and to address energy usage. And they're also evaluating new products as part of the low moderate income customer engagement, which is part of our resource adequacy initiative. Okay. So next we'll go onto the energy management credit elimination. And this is available for residential customers only. So rates 110 and rate 115 have an energy management credit on them that states they get a credit of $2.07 per month that is applied if customers use between 100 and 401 kWh during the summer months. This credit has been in place since the late 1990s, and it was put in place to promote energy efficiency. However, there isn't any justification from a cost of service perspective. So this was also part of Brattle's recommendation to remove this credit from their assessment last year. The energy management credits are about $310,000 annually, and about 70,000 residential customers receive at least one credit a year. Typically, EMC recipients primarily reside in apartments. There are about 1% that are cabins. Our vulnerable customers are slightly more impacted. So 28% of the credits we issue are to vulnerable customers. However, these are low use customers. So therefore, when we remove the EMC credit, those customers will see a slight increase in their bill during the summer months. And then from removing the declining blocks, those customers will see a slight bill decrease during the non-summer months. And so from a net perspective, they'll be impacted less than 1% for the year. All right, so the timing of the rate action, so we're presenting it today. Open comment period will be for 30 days, and then we're proposing to bring this to the board for approval in June. We did stagger the timing between residential and commercial, where residential rates would be effective October 1st of 2025 this year, and then commercial rates would be effective January 1st, 2026. The reason for that is we have heard from our account managers that our commercial customers budget for the entire year, and so this would impact their budgets for the last 3 months of this year. They asked us to consider waiting until January and to give commercial customers time to budget for next year. Next slide. A little more detail on the customer outreach for these two rate actions. So the open comment period does start today. There's going to be a press release posted on social media. It'll be on oppd.com, and then there will be a landing page on Oppd Community Connect. And customers can provide feedback through all of these channels. We will bring the feedback back to the board in June. And if approved in June, there will be more targeted communications to those that will see larger impacts, including emails, direct mails, and phone calls. And then again, residential rates will be effective October 1st of this year, and commercial will be effective January 1st of next year. Any questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it comes as no surprise. I'm very supportive of this. I have been since I joined the board in 2019. Glad to see it recommended and looking forward to seeing it implemented. I really appreciate the presentation and the robust analysis of the impacts to different customers. And then specifically understanding, we've talked about before, identifying, understanding and communicating with low and moderate income customers who are also high energy users, which would put them on the negatively impacted side of this change. I know we listed several programs that are existing, and so I look forward to helping in any way I can with outreach to help those customers, some of whom will be in my district, who are on that, again, low and moderate income, high energy consumption, negative impact side of this, to help them, if they are eligible, to get enrolled in some of the programs that we have available. Again, the customer assistance pilot program, I've been very supportive of for a long time. I think there are likely people who would be on the red side of the graph who would be eligible there, but don't yet know that they would be eligible. And so the community resource fair that I attended a couple weeks ago, there were a bunch of people who I know were really appreciative of the information given. So that kind of continued outreach, really, really important. Glad to see that. But again, this is an important change. Glad to see it moving forward. Glad to see it implemented. Glad to keep moving the rate structures toward where they need to be in the future. You asked for questions. I do have one question specifically. The bridal recommendation for this has been going for a couple of years. Again, glad to get there now. The bridal recommendation also mentions specifically looking at time varying rates or time of use rates, depending on which term you want to use there. Do we have any discussion about when we anticipate the new technological updates that we're making with AMI overlapping with the potential for rate updates to get toward that kind of hybrid benefit, time of use, time varying rate structure?
So right now, the timeline for time varying rates is in that probably Q2, Q3, 2027 timeframe. We need accurate data to be able to build those rate structures. And so the pilot and the AMI meters are starting to be implemented this October. And so we need kind of a full year of data before we can start building those. Brattl's recommendation was with the removing and the timing of the removing the declining blocks was give yourself 2 years on one rate structure before we start implementing new rate structures. And so this will give us that 2 years.
Yeah, I would be supportive of some kind of an opt-in, and I know that it would take proactive action to set up a rate that people could look toward, but from the early adopters on AMI, I would suspect that they would be more forgiving, understanding, and assistance, and be able to provide assistance in understanding how that rate impacts them. So if there's anything we can do to advance time varying rates or time of use rates, moving that forward to learn from the early adopters who want to see this type of technology available, I would encourage that. Again, I know we only try and do rate updates at the end of the year. And so if it's not implemented at the end of this year, going into 26 and another year plus a couple months is necessary, feels like there are probably benefits available from, again, the technology and the rate structures that could help us to reduce some of the most expensive hours that you highlighted, not still specifically in the summer, but in other times of the year, by sending an economic signal to people. This is when it's most expensive to consume. We will give you some of the benefit if you choose to consume at other hours of the day. The easiest example is electric vehicles, but heat pumps, water heaters, all of those are programmable and would be able to take advantage of this right away. The sooner we can make those rate structures available, the sooner we can get that signal to them, the sooner they can begin to help us to reduce those expensive costs in peak hours. So again, I'm very supportive of that. I know we've talked about it in the past, but just wanted to highlight that that is something that I think cannot come soon enough. And looking forward to when we get there.
Yeah, and I'll echo that. I think that as we've talked about AMI, we've very much talked about piloting rates and in alignment with also learning how we're going to be using the equipment. I think that helps us also tailor educational materials so that when we are at full deployment of AMI, we have a better sense of how do we marry up what this technology is doing and with the rate structure, because thinking about electricity is going to differently. We're not just doing a consumption charge, so going to be a demand charge. That is a foreign concept to 99% of our customers. And so we need an opportunity, and we we need those early adopter users to be able to provide feedback to meaningfully get to a rollout of a great rate structure in 2028.
I'm trying to decide what to do with this. I've grabbed the principles and brought them to me. I'm trying to understand, like, you stated a preference for, and we walked through it, and we're a little bit off topic, so if we need to do this, have this conversation as part of our AMI opt-out service charge, maybe that would be better, a little bit more glue.
I'm more interested in something like an opt-in rate structure for those who do.
I understand, but we're talking about the county block rates, right?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to figure out is what to, like, we've got a plan for AMI adoption. We've mapped that out. We put that in front of the board, I think, last month, maybe the month before. Got a pilot in place. It's all of it's very clear. I'm trying to work through and understand what the pain point is, what the tension, what the need is that's not being addressed already.
So, but we're not putting any our customers about what their potential future time of use rate structures will look like. So as we're piloting it, it's only about the tech. It's not about what they're gonna see on their bill. So we've talked many times that this is an opportunity to do both simultaneously and not wait 2 years. That's, I think, one of the worries that we had when we first started talking about AMI. Is it a tech rollout and then eventually a financial rollout? And I thought we got to a point where we were all in agreement that it would be simultaneous.
Well, Chairman,
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if it's all right, I'll just have a brief comment I hope is helpful. One of the things that is true is that the data for the customer usage be acquired outside of opting in. So what Ms. Foyle and her team needs, as many of you are aware, is if you're going to set a rate, you have to have some level of visibility incremental to what we have today on how customers are using the system. So this idea of deploying the infrastructure gives us visibility to the residential customer load profile that we have not had historically, but that has been normal for a number of decades in commercial and industrial spaces. So I would just like to offer that just because we don't have an opt-in program doesn't mean these things aren't moving forward. And I just didn't want that to get missed.
So does the data have to be for our specific customers?
We have maybe a bit of context. We have what's called load research meters. And basically, they're the most valuable in the residential customers because we don't see the residential usage the way we do commercial and industrial, at least large commercial and industrial. And so what this does is it says instead of just having a representative sample, we would actually know what's going on the system on almost a real-time basis. And that profile will help calibrate the offering to make sure that it's defensive from a cost of use, cost of service perspective, as well as predictable for our customers. And so a lot of that is kind of behind the veil. Like most customers don't think about it and see it, but it would be ongoing. And then as we get the information, my understanding is according to the board work plan, this would flow through the rate design process and would be picked up there to move forward in accordance with the finance chair's will, is my understanding.
If I may, what I hear is a clear interest in seeing, can we accelerate? Is there other ways for us to accelerate the rate redesign steps? Not wait until you have all the AMI meters installed and all the AMI data completely vetted, but is there a way, I think that the express interest is, are there ways for us to pilot some of these? And I think the question is maybe there are things to that we need to vet. I don't think the team is ready to engage in the conversation. I think this might be a good opportunity for a race redesign update, maybe through the finance committee, and depending on the finance committee's reaction, we can present this back to the board. I think what I'm getting here is an interest. This is good. The direction we're going is good. Can we do more of these faster? And there are ways we can, reasons why we can't. I would suggest maybe we can present it, bring it back to the finance committee. That's agreeable.
Yeah, Craig, to your point earlier, I do agree, and I realized that there was just one note at the bottom of one slide that flagged something separate from the declining block. And so you're right, this is moving pretty far away from something that, again, very strongly supportive of. But since it was on there, I guess I'm just interested in what this translates to moving forward, because we've had the tech discussion. We'll have another discussion about AMI later today from systems. And as we enable all of this, I guess the short summary would be that as we talk about rate structure updates, are we letting the perfect be the enemy of the good on knowing that by sending signals to people to say it's more expensive to consume in the summer in the afternoon or in the winter in the coldest part of the morning, if you can shift your consumption, go ahead and do that. When we're looking at cost cutting measures across the organization, we know that this will save us costs. And how much validation do we need before we start implementing things that we know will reduce costs that have extremely limited impact, who are voluntarily opting into this rate structure or voluntarily opting into adjusting their behavior based on economic signals that we can send them? And feels like relatively low hanging fruit that has been well trod at a number of other utilities. And I know that it would cost us some of the data tracking that that Brad highlighted these meters can do for us, but it just feels like there's a lot available here. And as we work to be as cost conscious as we can, this feels like an opportunity that I would encourage us to take a deep look at and say, this has been well understood by lots of other people. Why don't we just move forward with using what we know has worked at other locations?
Quickly, not without disagreeing, very important to make sure that we have all the data, not only the data, but the bills go right when you have two different sets of customers. So there's a lots. I'm looking at Tim McRae, the operationally integrating these changes. We need to be very thoughtful. So I don't want to promise anything here. I get the intention, sense of urgency. Let us explore. Let us come back, talk about risks, rewards, benefits, and how could we bring this to the board in a faster way, taking everything into consideration, all the other risks we have.
So really quickly, I'm less concerned about that, which is like, what are the practical implications that, like, there's a lot to figure out there. I was more interested in board governance, quite honestly, and making sure that, and not to point fingers at anybody, but any one person could say, I'd like to see this happen, and then all of a sudden things start moving, right? So like, that's why, thank you for chiming in. I want to give the two of you space to weigh in, because things are going to start happening, right, at this point, given the read that I have on the room, and not that what is being asked for is going to happen, but we're going to start having conversations, exploring, and trying to figure it out. So I just want to, and if it's nothing other than, yeah, that sounds good, echo, great. Or if there are concerns, I want to make sure that the board is at least some hint of unity of control here. Good.
Well, I see a rationale for proceeding, first things first, then the next things, then the next things, then the next things. For lots of reasons, if nothing else, then things don't get too confused. It will be interesting to see when the rates change. If people will go, oh my goodness, I gotta lower these some way. Maybe they'll do a little research and say, if I did my laundry at what or whatever, if I charged my car for time, I could lower my. So in some ways, I think I would rather not have the utility compromise its best management and growth plans, I guess, which could really pay out when we're careful at the end, with too much confusion. I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I'll stop there.
I think I got it. Not anything?
I would share the curiosity of knowing what can be brought back to us as a plan. I'd say maybe something that I feel like Amanda and Eric were trying to convey too is a lot of people probably don't say, hey, at 5 p.m. using a lot of energy is impactful to the district. So I think they were maybe saying, I don't want to speak for them, but a piece that can be brought into this puzzle too is even before any of this starts is knowledge going out to folks saying, hey, if you don't got to use it at 5 p.m., it's helpful to us, right? We're trying to do the best we can to manage costs, rates, all the above, and that's maybe a piece of the puzzle that helps. I thought I heard that somewhere in there in a way. So just to maybe add that, as if that seems to be something that could happen regardless, right? It's just so that's the only thing I'd maybe add.
Okay, so it sounds to me like there's enough for us to explore as a committee to figure out what's there and to bring it back. I think there's, okay. I'm good. Do you have any questions?
No, thank you. Maybe just a clarification on the blocks themselves.
Sure.
Do we all feel like we have the information we need and are comfortable to proceed?
Yeah, so going back to the topic at hand is what you're doing, right? Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
gently
I was
suggesting,
going there now. Okay, perfect.
there may be others that are more clear. I am not, and so I'm sorry.
No, that's where I was going next. I just wanted to button
Thank
this
you.
thing up.
Thank you.
Okay. Beth, thank you for your patience. Please continue.
Okay. Can we go right into the next one?
Yeah, blocks is done and we'll go into the opt-out.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so AMI opt-outs. Next slide. All right. So about 19 or so years ago, Oppd started installing AMR meters, which are automated meter read meters that have one-way communications. And so we have collectors on Oppd vehicles that drive around and collect all of the meter reads for us. When we installed these meters, we provided the option to customers to keep a non-communicating meter to provide flexibility. As we transition to advanced meter reading infrastructure meters or AMI meters, which will be two-way communications, we want to continue to provide the same customer flexibility. And there are some additional costs that have been identified to reflect this transition, and that's what we'll be talking about today. The Brattle Group did encourage us to continue to allow customers the ability and have the option to use basic meter technology or these non-communicating meters. So AMI opt-out is only available to residential customers only. The AMI team benchmarked against other utilities that have AMI and got their opt-out rates. Oppd has forecasted our opt-out rate for AMI of 0.25%, which is approximately 890 customers. The fees that we are proposing are based on those forecasted opt-out rates of about 850 customers.
Beth, how many customers we have today that are in opt-out?
12.
12.
12.
12 customers. Okay.
Okay, so the two fees I'm going to go over are Rider 470M, which is already in place in the service regulations, and 470N, which will be a new charge added to the service regulations. Next slide. So again, 470M is an existing fee. It is currently named Special Meter Reading due to Inaccessible Meter Non-AMR Meter Read. We are proposing to change the name to Monthly Meter Reading Charge for non-communicating meters. This fee is currently $50 per month and will remain $50 to collect the incremental meter reading costs. So customers today that don't have AMR meters are currently being charged the $50 per month to manually read their non-communicating meter, and this will continue for customers that choose to opt out of an AMI meter. Rider 470N, this is our non-AMI meter installation charge. This will be a new charge that we are proposing. This is an upfront charge of $220. And so the main component of the $220 is the cost of the meter and the meter installation costs. We do have to purchase new meters that are non-communicating meters. The other piece of the cost recovery is we've had to build a customer system to handle these new requests so that we can upload the manual reads with the current process that we use for the AMI meters. And then the next slide is just going through the customer outreach. This is the same slide before, but now includes the AMI opt-out rate action. The communication channels are the same. There is one landing page on OPPD Community Connect for rate actions, but two separate links to provide feedback. So there's one link for removal of the declining blocks in energy management credit and one link for AMI opt-out. The timeline is, again, we would propose to bring this back to the board in June for approval, and then riders 470M and 470N will be effective October 1st before we begin installing AMI meters. Any questions?
You had indicated that Brattle is recommending continuing to offer opt-out. What's their reasoning?
Just to offer that customer flexibility. We're currently doing it now, and it's pretty standard, industry standard for utilities to offer that opt-out option.
So for the 12 current customers that are opting out, have they been recently talked with about whether they still require an opt-out? That seems like a pretty easy way to get a phone call done in a week to clarify whether they actually still require an opt-out.
I'll ask Matt Hardbank to maybe address the question.
Yeah, could you restate the question?
Yeah, so for the 12 customers that are currently opting out of AMR, have they been recently communicated with of whether they still continue to require an opt-out option?
Not yet. No, we have not talked direct to the 12. We have had some inquiries about opting out of smart meters recently, and we've done some customer interviews with that to try to understand why customers are generating that kind of inquiry.
Yeah.
So then we can reflect that in our marketing materials and our communication. So we haven't talked to the 12, but we talked to other customers who are asking about it.
What's the general sentiment around the questions that they're asking?
Typically, it's around three things. It's either health, privacy, or fire. Those are typically the three tracks that you would hear from a customer base around why they may want to opt out of a smart meter.
Shared that with us before. Thanks for repeating.
Yeah, absolutely.
And maybe in the same vein, when utilities convert to AMI, do they see their opt-outs rise? Like, should we expect 100 opt-outs from this, or I mean, do you have some sense of that?
Maybe, sorry, Aaron, maybe go back a couple slides to the.
Did I miss it?
Now that's Bible.
It was percentages. I think we
That's-
expect, 12 to 800.
So we expect it to go up. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Sorry, did that answer?
That's perfect. Thank you. I apologize.
From the two riders, I don't know if we have that slide, $50 a month, $220 cost upfront. For the 12, again, if they are currently on a non-communicating meter, will they suddenly be forced into 470N for an upgraded non-communicating meter? Because they're on physical meter, they never went to AMR, now they're not going to AMI. Can the same physical meter just remain, or do they have to get a different type of new physical meter that is not the existing?
It is a new meter, so it is an all new meter, so they would be required to pay the $220.
Or opt into AMI.
Exactly. That sounds like a really good, that phone calls to them to say, hey, by the way, if the number is a little, all right, appreciate that we are keeping this in mind. Thanks.
If there are questions, we haven't stated this, but it's sort of implicit. That meter that they currently have is end of life.
Yeah, sure.
So it doesn't really have anything, it's got to come out and we got to have something that can reliably track the usage.
Okay, any other questions about AMI opt-out? So, public comment on both of these will start after board meeting. Thank you.
Today.
Actually, it starts out today.
Today, great, okay. And then we expect board action in June.
Yeah, we'll bring back an update to the finance committee in June with any feedback, and then we'll present it.
And we had talked about, thank you for that reminder. I think my recollection is the committee had talked about, do we want updates on a weekly basis? And I think we gave, the sentiment was, we trust you all to tell us if it's a flood, let us know soon. But if it's trickling, then you can modulate that. Okay.
One other item we discussed, if it's okay, Chair Moody, is we talked about the chronology of the major systems and the major events and how long we've been talking about AMI, and the June action is highly desired based on all the other workflows that we have.
Yes. It's a critical path.
It's a good characteristic. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Well done.
Quickly before
Yeah,
before
sure.
we move on, I usually wouldn't do these, but I want to give credit where credit is due. I've been doing this work for years in a different utility, and here, this is the best rates presentation I've ever seen. Not this one, but the previous one, the time block rates. I want to call out Beth and her team. And again, I'm doing this just off the cuff, but
please,
quality of the information, Beth, the way you presented it, and again, it's a team effort and it's a lot of data. It was clear. I haven't, not being the CFO, I hadn't had a chance to go through a lot of these in detail, and I just want to call that out.
Yeah, so this is the team. This is Jamie Freeman and Matt Krasinski that worked on this, and so kudos to them.
Sorry.
Thank you for it. No, don't apologize. That's great. Thank you. On that note, Finance Committee rests.
All right, great. Thank you, Director Williams.
Great. Next is Systems Management Nuclear Oversight. And agenda on the screen, also very tiny, standard stuff at the top. As discussed in governance, we also reviewed the same three policies, specifically focusing on the nuclear policy as it relates to systems. But we already talked about that, and those are moving forward for approval from governance. And then, let's see. I had some notes here. Hang on, let me find them. Okay. Customer projects, we discussed that, and that was a very helpful presentation about how we are meeting the rapid growth, not only from the industrial that we've talked about, but also from the commercial and residential. So appreciate staff giving us an update on customer projects and kind of what all is going on there. We talked about the financial stewardship. I hit on that a little bit earlier in the financial committee today, but there was an update to the systems committee about that. We've talked about AMI quite a bit already, but wait, there's more. We'll get a presentation on that from Brad. And then lastly, we had a discussion about fuels update, which was mentioned briefly earlier today. So just information for the systems committee about fuels for all of our different existing generation resources. So with that, we do have action items to get to today. And they're relatively important. So let's get right over to that. First one, Troy. Well, it says Troy, Nuclear Oversight Committee Quarterly Report.
Mr. Euling.
Yeah. Great, thanks.
He has pictures again.
But just a few this time. Good afternoon, Tim Euling, Senior Director of Fort Calhoun Decommissioning. I am breaking with tradition a little bit. We've got a couple of pictures to start off with, but then it's more about narrative. Usually I take the pictures and talk about progress. Today I wanted to pick up on a conversation we just finished last time I was here with around risk. But starting out with a couple of pictures, kind of got a then and now picture from August of 2020 when we really started the actual deconstruction work of the buildings and where we are now. Now I wanted to include that because I think that gives you a really good visual context of where the project is, and by equivalency, I guess, where risk would be. If you know nothing about nuclear decommissioning, you can probably look at those two pictures and say, hey, there's a lot less risk remaining now than there was just under 5 years ago. But to get in just a bit deeper, if we could go to the next slide. These are some of the big things that we have accomplished that have reduced risk. You could really look at those first four things in order of magnitude of where we saw a step reduction in risk. And when I'm talking about risk today, I put that into three categories: radiological, cost, and schedule. And those things are very intertwined. But as you went through each one of those projects, we saw a step reduction in risk. You know, if you think about moving the fuel, that's the nuclear source. So that probably had the most radiological consequence to it if we didn't do that right. But it also had cost and schedule risk implications because we couldn't start a lot of the building deconstruction until that work was done. And then you move down, well, right next to the fuel was the reactor vessel internals, and then the reactor vessel itself. And so those became the most important or the highest risk items remaining for us. Also, cost and risk, both of those items were critical path. Now, we could do other work in parallel, but really drove the length of the outage overall. We get down to the bottom there, the bottom couple bullets. I think at this point, we're somewhere in the 85 to 90% done with the physical work for the project. So just by that alone, you can see that there'd be a reduction in risk. And the bottom one, we do an update every year to the decommissioning trust fund, where it sits now, what work's left, what work is done. our projections for future interest and earnings. And this is the first year that we project that that trust fund is fully funded, which is a huge risk reduction from a financial standpoint. We go to the next slide. It all hasn't been without its challenges. The first one there, and these are merely in alphabetical order because I didn't want to try to rank these. The complexity of the nuclear project. This was just a standard commercial project of this length, of the scope of work, of the cost of the work, it would be complicated enough. Then you throw the radiological piece in there with the way you have to approach the work, the regulations you're working under, just adds up, ramps up that level of complexity. And the next bullet I did not have on my bingo sheet when we started, a global pandemic, but it was what it was. I'll work past that as well. A couple other things I just want to touch on. The reactor vessel internals and the reactor vessel, which were on the previous slide, is something we've gone past. Those weren't without their challenges. They were more complicated than we thought they were going to be. They took more time than we thought, and they were critical path. They did extend the length of the project. People make the project happen. This is a long project, but at the end, it's also a defined end. That's the end of the role for many of the people. So we had unplanned attrition throughout the project. Great for those individuals, got opportunities within the district or elsewhere, but not always the most convenient for the project. Fortunately, we've had others that were able to step up, whether that was our own employees or some of our contractors, to continue the project forward. But every time that happened, it just became a little more complex. And then last but not least is the weather, and we'll hit that up again on a future slide. So that's kind of where we've been, what we've worked through, what's left. Next slide, please. So still in those three categories of radiological, schedule, and cost. On the radiological standpoint, it is about discovery. And what are those, the likelihood that we find something, we discover something we're not expecting from what we know today between now and the end of the project. Sort of like we talked about fuel, reactor vessel internals, reactor vessel. Well, now we're at containment because we're going to take down containment, and it's making sure that the area around containment is remediated properly. And then we move out a little bit wider, which we call the industrial area, to make sure that there's nothing we're leaving behind there. And then eventually we do surveys of the entire site. So making sure that we find anything that's there and then clean it up. So risk here is, well, could that move the outage? It could. We talk about consequences and likelihood. So the likelihood that discovery of one work, maybe a series of items, pushes the project out another month. It's not unreasonable that that could happen. I think the risk is low, but it's not unreasonable. But I want to be real clear that consequence is near zero to both people and the environment. The level of material we're talking about is extremely low, but that's the level of surveys we're doing to make sure we're leaving the place clean. That gets us over into the schedule standpoint, and it's discovery here too, whether it's a radiological discovery or any other discovery that we're not expecting to find. Scope of work changes that could extend the work time frame. A really big bucket of resource adequacy, and I bucket that with people, equipment, I even put regulatory capability or capacity in there. Our regulator has a large plate of work to do as well. They have many competing priorities. Can they always support our needs when we need to keep on our schedule? That's kind of the big question there. And then weather. Every activity that's left for this project is dependent on the weather. And it's not just that it's uncomfortable to work in heat or rain. We have to have the right conditions to do the work. I can't do radiological surveys under 2 feet of snow, for instance. So if you put all those things together from a likelihood standpoint, I think this is the most likely risk that we will obtain. So not a guarantee that we'll move from third quarter to fourth quarter of 2026 for substantial completion, but I do think it's more likely than not. Well, the consequence of that, there is no project at Fort Calhoun that follows this. So there's no exact consequence to purely schedule, but it does have a financial consequence. The longer the project takes, the more it's going to cost, which allows us to move over to our last column of financial. So again, the D word, discovery, it's radiological. It's any other discovery we find that we aren't expecting today. Schedule delays for any reason. And then the kind of the last one there, I feel like I'm part of the financial services business unit. Well, our trust fund earnings outpace inflation, which we expect them to, but who knows, right? So I think the likelihood that we will exceed our original budget is extremely low. It's not zero, but it's low. And the consequence of that maybe it requires a little deeper conversation. The trust fund is used for both the decommissioning project and long-term used fuel storage costs. So there is no threat to not being able to finish the decommissioning project. What it could affect is the need to use Department of Energy reimbursement dollars to continue to supplement the spent fuel management costs. So would not expect any impact on rates, but it could possibly impact how long we use those reimbursed dollars from the Department of Energy. But project will finish. And what does finishing the project look like? If we go to the next slide. Across the bottom there, we do believe we'll have containment down or nearly down this year. All of our radiological material shipped off by spring of next year. Still at substantial completion by third quarter of 26, and all of the paperwork necessary to terminate the license submitted to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission by the end of 2026. And although it's only 10 or 15% of the work left, that 10 or 15% is just as important as any other 10 or 15% of the work, and we're committed to doing it safely in accordance with regulation. And kind of buried in the middle there, I'll sometimes get the question of, well, what are you going to do with the site when you're done? The answer to that is whatever's the right thing to do with it. It hasn't been determined if it's something appropriate for the district, for our community. If we continue to farm that land and keep it for future options, all options are on the table, whatever best serves our needs. So although I buried it in there, I will finish up with still on track the third quarter of 2026 for substantial completion and on budget. That's the end of my report, pending questions.
Anyone, questions, comments?
You always do such a nice job with this summary, and
Right.
you're doing a fantastic job with the decommissioning work, you and your team. You know, I think that this project got a lot of attention in the early days and when we were moving fuel, and you've been, from our perspective, maybe my perspective, kind of, you know, working through it, but doing it in a quiet way. These next months are the, you know, the 90% and to 100% is the hardest lift, and we recognize that.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
our goal has not to been to not make headlines or to be too loud. So yeah, thank you.
We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. All right, next up, North Omaha Station.
Item, it's Scott Edom, our Director of Production Engineering.
Good afternoon. As Troy stated, Scott Edom, Director of Engineering Services. So just to recap, current operations at North Omaha Station for units 4 and 5 create two types of coal combustion residual, fly ash and bottom ash. Water systems are used to process the bottom ash. Per Environmental Protection Agency guidelines, facilities must comply with the revised rules by December 31st of 2025, so this year. This federal deadline is included in our station's operating permit. We do plan to do modifications, a part of this ELG project that will allow compliance with those EPA regulations by year end. So recall in December of 2023, the board granted permission to purchase a submerged flight conveyor, which is a major component in the system. To complete the next phase, we intend to execute a multifaceted contract covering a wide range of work scope, including some grading, foundation work, retaining wall construction, setting tanks, building and enclosure construction erection, as well as routing process piping to connect the systems. This next phase of work needs to be executed in proper sequence with coordination between the parties to meet the schedule while minimizing impact to the operating units. So an engineer certification has been prepared documenting these and other facts accordingly. We are requesting that the board approve the engineer certification, allowing us to negotiate and establish contract or contracts to complete this phase of the project. So that's what I have. Pending questions.
Directors, comments, questions?
I'll just comment, I guess, as I was reading through the information that was supplied here. My sense of this, the reason for this request is that you're doing this while the station is still working. And so there's a need to coordinate, make sure those two projects work together and to be as efficient as possible and safe as possible.
Yeah. Yes, that's part of it, as well as a lot of the scope. There's a lot of moving parts and other parties, so we want to make sure that's coordinated well. Questions? Okay,
This will
thank you.
operate for a year.
That's, yes, to comply with, or the current projection for the operation on coal. It'll operate for, that projected time, yes.
And installing the system is less expensive than an EPA fine for not having the system in place.
That would be a willful non-compliance. We don't want to ever commit a willful non-compliance for a lot of reasons.
That's a fair question.
You guys want to still answer the question?
I don't think that question should be answered.
Okay, that's fair.
I think that answering that question could pose a legal risk for OPPD.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just to reiterate, I guess, I think you said this, but this is part of the plan for the station. I mean, it's part of the license. Use the right term.
Yeah, so our operating permit, it is part of that, that federal deadline is in there.
It's in there. Thank you.
And this is not the only item that we've understood was not ideal at the planned timeline for conversion and refueling, but still part of what's required. Correct. Thank you for staying focused on what's required under current guidelines. All right. Great. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Shane Hansen, our Director of Engineering for delivery side of the business, to talk about a contract for transmission build out.
Yeah, thanks, Troy. Yeah, Shane Hansen, Director of Engineering on the energy delivery side, and been fortunate to speak in a few different settings with you all about really the scope of the delivery work we have coming up. Obviously, the board has been prepped on the growth of our communities and the additional generation resources needed. The wires and substations are what's going to get us there. So as we look forward to this next decade of work coming up, just a tremendous growth in the OPPD service territory. And Aaron, if you could go to the next slide, please. We're highlighting not just the growth in our region, but in SPP, MISO, the nation is growing in a similar capacity. And really what we're starting to see is the competition for resources to build these, both the equipment itself and the contractors available are starting to become less and less available. And even as we see projections in the future of, qualified electrical workers, linemen available in this space, really that need to begin partnering with some of these longer term vendors has been really prevalent in our recent discussions of EPC contractors for our generation facilities, as well as what you've seen from recent board packages, including Scott's, who was just up here today, that we need to start thinking differently about how we are going after these. Next slide, please, Aaron. As it exists today, the statutes that we follow for procurement of material and construction does follow the Nebraska sealed bid process. And the statute really gives you those two options. One is the sealed bid, which we traditionally have done and brought our sealed bid packages to you as the board, or this engineer cert option. Really there is the pros and cons of each of them. But as we've started to get into a more competitive environment, we've seen less and less competitive sealed bids as folks in the industry have really moved towards this alliance style contract. So Aaron, next slide, please. So as we've started to investigate this, really what we've been researching is utilizing an engineering certification process to give us this alliance style contract. We did go out and actually talk to some of the peer utilities that we have around the country. And even in some discussions with, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the federal government uses more of this alliance style contract where you can partner with 3 or 4 entities, be able to give some resource loading capabilities and find ways to get very competitive pricing, but also allow those contractors to grow with the equipment and the manpower they need to successfully complete this type of work. And really, we're hoping to proceed with this style of alliance where we can have a
competition amongst qualified contractors that have a presence in this region and want to continue to expand and be good partners to OPPD. And it'll also allow for a lot of efficiencies for us in the cost and optimization of project schedules by being able to create more of those robust relationships with these contractors. Next slide, please, Aaron. So as we do look at these, the question always comes of, what is the board feedback on these major projects? So what we always like to showcase is every transmission line substation project that we do does go through a robust public involvement process where we solicit feedback from local leaders, from the actual people that are in that community to understand what specific items we need to know about those projects to help make an informed decision. So we do want to continue to engage the board early and often in those projects as a mean to get your feedback of what your constituents would hear. And then, really once we're at that point of procurement and construction, the major decisions about what the project's going to look like, where the line is going to go, et cetera, are already made. So this allows for us to create some better relationships with vendors that then we can come back and report the performance, the successes, and the risk mitigation that these alliance contracts have enabled OPPD to have throughout this process. Aaron, next slide, please. So ultimately, the takeaways that we're looking at with this engineering cert process is the risk reduction, right? We have a commitment to our customer owners to meet the growing demand within our communities. So having this ability to schedule and commit the resources to build these transmission lines and substations to serve our customer owners' load growth is really that main commitment that we have to think about ways to do this contracting differently to be successful. So this engineering cert is a risk mitigation that provides that flexibility for scheduling of those resources. And then as always, we have that commitment to the board to come back and provide that regular communication and feedback as we do progress with this contracting strategies and really what, again, those successes and risk mitigations we can take away. So finally, we just are showcasing that next step, that pending board approval, that we would be going out with a more robust RFP process to start engaging the contractors. We have already had several vendor workshops. I think we've had 8 or 9 vendor workshops to really start prepping the industry and the major partners we work with that this is the approach we're looking to take pending board approval. So it now is that next step with really having somebody on board here by the end of 2025 so we can start projects basically end of 2025, beginning 2026. So with that, questions or feedback is the next slide, I believe, Aaron.
We've talked about a couple things in the past. Can you talk about other examples? You mentioned other utilities. How about other examples at OPPD of the alliance type structure?
Yeah, that great point. So we have utilized the alliance structure. I mentioned the Kiewit contract for our EPC of our near-term gen. We've also, the Siemens contract to actually procure the combustion turbines was done under an EPC. And both of those are great examples of how we've been able to get great partners in a very contracted market environment. Even going back to some storms in the late 2017, 2018 timeframe, we utilized this to rebuild some transmission lines that were damaged in tornadoes, where usually a normal process would have taken us a year to 18 months, most likely, to rebuild. We were able to do it in 10 months by partnering with a EPC style contractor through an engineering cert effort.
Steel.
Thank you. Yeah, we have our strategic alliance for steel transmission structures, transformers, and switchgear. Those contracts that we have put in place over the last few years has really allowed us to offset a lot of the market volatility that we've seen and more certainty for supplying of those critical assets as part of these projects in a lead time that is much better than what you would get in the competitive market right now.
Yeah, and then as far as a complex engineers cert for large scope work, we've done this twice in recent years, both power with purpose and near-term generation were a similar type of mechanism. Is that a fair assessment?
Very fair assessment. Yeah, we've done them for both for the same thing, that once you get into outage coordination, especially coupling with SPP and the things that's happening. Schedule certainty becomes something you need the contractors involved very, very early, which just the sealed bid process, you have to have a lot more of the design done to be able to get that fixed bid and that fixed schedule that would require a legally compliant bid for the sealed bid.
Yeah, and I mentioned those because I think broadly the board is familiar with how successful those two examples were. And in a recent conversation, someone pointed out the concept that if you leave 15 minutes later, you might get there an hour later. And I think the idea here is that we see tightening of availability of equipment and personnel, and success of recent broad approvals from the board to move critical projects forward on constrained timelines has been very strong. And so I think I just wanted to highlight that we have done something similar to this in the past, mostly to remember or to bring up the benefits that this would bring to us, but also that the type of approval that we are considering, and we talked about this a little bit last month, the type of approval is a broad transfer of authority from the board to staff to carry out numerous different types of things over multiple years with quite extensive budget. And I want to make sure that we're all clear on what the approval is. And then the type of ongoing communication that we will receive in the future, the type of ongoing public engagement, opportunities that we would have to go to places where this type of work would occur within our districts, where people we represent might have questions. So I appreciate all of that being included. And again, we talked about it last month and at the systems pre-meeting. And this is the last time we have a relatively robust discussion, but anticipation of an action item on Thursday. So does anybody have any additional follow-up questions, comments, thoughts?
On the slide where you have the other utilities that use alliance strategies, I think TVA and JEA might be the only public power utilities on that list. Do you know the nature of their strategic alliances, both from like contract duration, like how long they put those in place for, as well as potential like dollar spend? Do you have any like sizing?
You know, the folks that we were able to have communication with, they weren't really fully transparent with some of those things. They wanted to share more of that structure, where we did understand it's those 3 to 5 contractors, maybe a 5 to 10 year duration. But they also do have the robust performance measurements that we would be putting in place for these as well. So, we have that ability to, as a yearly consideration, even to adjust our contractors if somebody is not performing as expected. So that's really the theme that we heard across. And we've also leveraged Burns & McDonald, who's our strategic partner on our major projects organization, to really help us kind of analyze this through their scope of work that they've supported as well. But as far as the true cross dollars and things of that nature, they weren't as willing to share that information.
Oh, thank you.
I appreciate the framing that you just provided as it relates to the previous approvals that we've made. That's super helpful. I mean, this is going back to an earlier slide, 1.4 billion. Is that what the number was? Which is a big number. To me, it makes all the sense in the world. You've got my support to move forward with it. But what I'm mindful of is making sure that, as board members change, as executives change, as you move on to a different role, that we've got some stickiness to the reporting that the board gets on a regular basis. And you've named several of these things in here. My recollection of near-term gen, as an example, is like we specifically said quarterly updates. So there was it was not frequent, it was quarterly. Really explicit. And so I just want to make sure that whatever we do, this is over 7 and 8 years, and I don't want it to kind of go from 3 months to 6 months and then kind of stretch out. This is big investment, a lot of time, a lot of energy, and the board needs to have oversight of it, especially oversight maybe is not the right word, but
continuing awareness.
Yeah, whatever the right, that might be better. So I don't know if there's anything that, I'm just putting that out there. I don't know if there's anything that needs to change necessarily.
I welcome that change. And of course, the timing of the resolution, but I think this is something that could be described for perpetuity, because I think that really puts the accountability on us. I take this responsibility very seriously. And as Director Williams said, we get it. why you need these.
Yeah.
And how is management keeping the board updated and the public updated, right? And we started naming these updates used to be near-term generation updates. Now they are new generation and transmission updates.
Yeah.
So I think we have the vehicle. I really welcome the possibility of putting this in writing and saying, okay, just like we have on generation, these one will have quarterly updates. Some quarters, maybe very little updates, some others, but I, as you said, we'll all likely be in different positions at some point in the next 10 years. These should remain.
And we had discussed that, right? So we had talked about in systems about tagging along with all the new generation update, but yeah, we can definitely
make it official.
Very official and resolutions.
So currently, resolution language refers to the effective monitoring of and regular updates on the transmission. Is the notion that we could amend the contract or the resolution prior to Thursday's meeting to read quarterly?
I'm happy with that. Like I mean, we're doing it already.
That would match the generation.
Let's just sync that stuff up.
Well, I think we have, I'm happy with that and comfortable with that based on many years of continued success in that style of reporting, including the one we just saw about nuclear. So we have strong familiarity with a comprehensive project or program of work with quarterly reporting that provides, as you said, oversight and accountability to the board and the public. And so, yeah,
Yeah, and if I could red team it for just a moment, there may be a time when, and to your point, it might be light, but like we may not need it. There may not be a whole lot going on. There may be a lull and a quarterly report. Maybe it's not a big deal, but it might. Maybe I'm red teaming my red team now. If it's just a quick update, you know, this is our quarterly report. There's not a whole lot going on.
Maybe the report is nothing to report. There's an acknowledgement that
which maybe in and of itself is an important thing for us to know that things have slowed down for what concern.
And then I would add that the language that we looked at in the resolution was basically the regular basis we can change was quarterly, but we also included the or as more frequently as managed determines reasonably necessary. And if there are if there are items of note that need to be brought out of sync quarterly, we wanted to commit to that in the resolution as well.
Staying back up on the resolution, redline it to reflect that change. And then I would just offer that what would have to happen, honestly, to stay in compliance with that is if there would be any changes to the quarterly, which I would imagine over time or something like that would change. You would end up amending the resolution to reflect the change of reporting, but it does make it a very formal declaration. So it's not just reliant on this board. There's the expectations that's set with the future. Excellent. Noted.
Great. Other directors?
And just for the benefit, maybe just here a little miscellaneous logistics, but make sure that the resolution will be posted on Diligent prior to Thursday. Yes, just so
we can make that change today.
You all can see it.
I think, Scott, what you're saying though is like if you were planning on last month of the quarter, something happened where you had a really long agenda, you would no longer be able to move that to the next month based upon.
Well, you could, but you might want to make acknowledgement during that month that, you know, it'll be moved to next quarter, but the discipline and the expectation is very clearly set this quarter. I mean, yeah.
Sounds good. Other directors?
Yeah. Thanks that's great. Shane, you talked about it last month and a little bit today, but the time in which, can you just spend a little bit more time on the time in which the board has, or the opportunities the board has to weigh in and the oversight there? And I'm thinking like 14 new substations. So you guys say, hey, we're gonna put a substation in X spot, and how that would be presented to us in the process.
Yeah, great question. Yeah, so as we look at the siting of 14 new substations or the routing of 200 plus miles of transmission, so that routing, siting, public involvement process is one that we are very proud of. You know, and how we couple with the board, right, is we do give that preliminary rollout of really what we expect to look at in these, how we're gonna go about capturing those social, economic and environmental concerns in the area. And then, you know, ultimately would culminate with an announcement of that location and an ask from the board of the directors prior to proceeding with real estate acquisition, which typically does include that ask for eminent domain authority as well for these projects. So how we would come to the board would continue to be along those same lines of, as we roll out a new project, announce those projects here at the board and kind of talk about the routing of what we're gonna do. And then announce that final route as we go through the process with that ask to the board. So that would still be those ongoing commitments that we'd have, whether it be a new substation or a transmission line, as we're following those state statutes for that guidelines for the use of eminent domain.
Not to get into too much detail here, but some of these facilities will be replacement of current, so it may actually be in the same space and not actually having to procure.
That's, yeah, great
So
point.
just-
Yep.
Just know that when he says 200 miles, some of that is existing.
We do like to try to reuse right away and rebuild as much as possible. That lessens the impact to our landowners in our community.
And do those, on that example, do you still engage the public?
Absolutely, 100%. Yes. Yep.
Great, thank you. And then that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, rebuilding existing equipment, as we talked about earlier, right? I do want to be really proactive in making sure we receive feedback from everybody because of the scope and importance here. So, Amanda, Eric. Proactive confirmation, no comments today. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, yes. Director Howard, are you available virtually? Do you have any thoughts, comments?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't have any questions, but I do really want to thank Shane and Troy for taking some time separately to meet with me and kind of give me the update and the understanding that I needed for this project. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Perfect. As far as transparency goes, I'm looking at Diligent. I don't see the slides that are on the screen now in Diligent, but I assume that they will be posted online just for public availability and review, maybe even before Thursday.
It should be in.
Anyway, I'll talk about that later. Okay, and then I guess lastly, when we talk about board agenda, we'll talk about action item, discussion item. So that'll be later. Okay.
Do you want to remind supermajority for these two?
I certainly can, yes. So for Troy and Steve, I guess, do you want to take a second to talk about supermajority for this vote?
Based on the previous item.
Yeah, for the previous item and for this item, by statute, it's required to pass. In order to pass, it requires 6 votes. Yes.
Okay. So yeah, we'll make sure about that on Thursday.
We'll do.
Okay. I don't hear any more discussion there, so I think that's it. Thank you. Appreciate it, Shane.
Shane.
And as previously teased, additional feedback reporting on AMI.
More to come, as you noted, our final AMI discussion today will be led by Aaron Smith, our Director of Distributed Device Strategy. I think this is the 7th or 8th quarterly update on AMI, and so we hope it's helpful to keep you connected and to continue to collect your feedback. So get away, please.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Well, this afternoon, as Brad stated, this is our quarterly update, which has been customary the past few years. Today, we're going to talk about 2025 and our release schedule across the AMI program. We've got our first major release coming up in June for the meter data management and the integration with our customer care and billing system. So we'll talk through that and what to expect and what that means for OPPD and for the program and for our customers. And then finally, we'll hit a project spotlight on our new outage management system and cover some program organizational change management as well. So as you can see here, the program 2025, this is a huge year for the programs. This is very, very exciting. Like we're here, we're far from done, but we're here. So this is really, really exciting. We have, as you can see, the release 1A is that meter data management with the CCMB integrations. And I'll cover what that means in detail throughout the presentation here, but wanted to point that out. Also in June, we'll begin rolling out our field area network equipment. These are the gateways and routers that will be talking to the new meters for our soft launch pilot areas. So those will start to be deployed in June also. And then in addition, that month, we'll be deploying tablets out to our troubleshooters in advance of going through kind of a parallel ops that I'll talk about a little bit this summer, where we'll be working kind of in the old outage management as well as in the new system, kind of in parallel over the summer months to make sure that everything's working great and we're testing. So we'll roll those tablets out starting in June to those troubleshooters so that they can get familiar, and we'll kind of talk through what that means in terms of training and change management as well. In July, we'll go live with our new geographic information system. As the system of record, that system has been live for over a year, running in parallel, and July will be that date that we cut over, and it's our system of record. And just as a reminder why this is so important is this is what houses our electrical model of the system and how that's connected, and that feeds a number of other systems, probably most importantly our outage management system, so that we know when customers call in or we get a notification from new meters, how are they connected, where they're at, what the issue likely could be. Then in September, that's when the new outage management and distribution management goes live, along with our new customer platform. This will be the new My Oppd that customers will have access to be able to go in and see their usage on a very detailed level, be able to pay their bill, check on their account, do some self-service functions in terms of kind of if they're going to move or have purchased a new house or have sold a house, things like that can be done in a self-service manner in that new platform, along with our new external outage map, which is going to be really, really exciting. Kind of the latest modern style utility outage map that will have not only where the outages are, how many they are, but some additional information on what's the status of the outage. You know, do we have a crew working on it? Cause if it's needed, and then kind of an estimated time of restoration also available in that. And then in the beginning of October is when we'll start rolling out our soft launch of the meters themselves. We'll start that deployment beginning in October and wrap that at the end of January in 2026. So about a 4-month period to deploy what started as a 10,000 meter pilot. It's now about 11,500 meters that we're going to be deploying during that period. So very, very exciting. And then finally in November, we'll go live with our new enterprise asset management system, which is Maximo, and field service management, which is also the crews will experience that as a mobile application for all planned work and short duration kind of normal work that we do throughout the day will come through that platform, and then have a link back to the enterprise asset management where all of our asset data sits, the history of it, when it was installed, when the last maintenance was done, all that stuff will be linked together. And then in terms of our last release, our release C will be in January, early next year, which is the actual mobile app itself that'll be available like on the Apple iTunes Store or Google Play or other places where you download apps. Customers will be able to have that option should they choose. So really, really exciting stuff coming up, and we're pleased that we made it here and are moving into this. You go to the next one, please. So now we'll talk through a little bit about what release 1A and meter data management. You might say, well, why is meter data management important, right? Well, what is it? First of all, it's the repository where all of our meter data will sit in a centralized location. And so if we kind of do some comparisons of like what we have today. So today, at a minimum, we read every customer's meter at least once a month. And sometimes there's more reads than that, but at minimum once a month. So you get 12 reads per year per customer. With the new AMI meters, we'll be getting 96 reads every day from every customer. So if you kind of do some calculations. So today we have 408,000 customers approximately. And you're getting at least once a month from them. That's about 4.8 million reads. When we look at that 96 meters a day times 408,000 customers, we're in the 14 billion read range And that's just on usage. If we include some of the other data that will be available, the VARs, et cetera, we'll get into the hundreds of billions of data points annually. So that's really the key importance of this meter data management system. It's set up to house that great size of data. And then what it will do with our integrations with customer care and billing is just pass those billing determinants, what's needed to determine that customer bill, and the CCMB remains the billing system of record. But if we, if a customer information system is not generally set up to handle 14 billion reads, and so that's why we have this separate meter data management system that will feed the data. And one important thing to note is the meter data management in June here in a couple weeks will be the system for both our AMR existing drive-by meters and our new AMI. That way, as meters are swapped out in the future, all the data is flowing through the same place. So it's still going to go from meter data management to CCMB for billing, no matter the path that it gets to meter data management, whether that's from existing AMR or the new AMI. So that's a really important step to make that rollout go smoother as we get into it. Some new functionality that this will provide, and one of the other integrations within CCMB is our customer care reps in our call center can ping a meter from CCMB to check, hey, is it, customers calling an outage, hey, let's check, oh, we show you're on, have you checked your breaker panel in your house, et cetera. So potential to avoid some unnecessary truck rolls in that type of scenario. So that's going to be really cool functionality. The process for turn on and turns off will also run through the CCMB, whether a normal move in and out or a disconnect, reconnect process will go through there. If the meter itself is a new AMI meter, we can do that turn on, turn off remotely, and it will go that path. If it's a AMR meter, the CCMB system will kick out a normal job for us to send someone out in the field. So again, it's all managed in the same system. It may go different paths depending on if you have a new meter or not, but it's all kind of flowing that same way. Another thing to point out too is within meter data management, there's something that's called the validation, estimation, and editing function. So what that does is allows if we miss a read or the data is not available for whatever reason, the system can go and flag that, or if it gets something that seems to be like a read that's way out of whack, it can flag that, check on it, and then it can in the meantime provide an estimated read because we're going to have 96 reads per day. So like that estimation piece, if we do have to estimate reads, it's going to get very, very accurate. So at the end of the day, everything trues up on the bills, but there won't be any, wild swings in terms of, well, there's an estimate and now we have to catch up because of that functionality that's in there. Anytime we have to estimate, it almost will be negligible to customers, which is great. We'll go to the next slide. I'll dig into bit of a project spotlight on our new outage and distribution management system. So as you all know, this is part of our AMI ecosystem for next generation grid. For this system itself, there's 25 different integrations to 9 systems. That kind of is the integration drawing there, and it's not meant to read line by line, but just to show the complexity and the interconnection of our system. There's actually 143 total integrations across all the systems, which makes this incredibly complex, but also the integrations are what makes these systems incredibly powerful to be able to share data, get it in the right spot, run analysis, run our operations based on really, really informed data. If you'll jump to the next slide. So within our new outage management and distribution management system, there's different functions. One is the DMS or distribution management system. What this does is this is, again, that whole connectivity model all the way down from our substation down to the customer's meters. And with this new system, we'll be able to actually show those meters. So if they give a signal that the customer's out, we'll be able to receive that signal, plug it right into outage management, integrate it with other customers who may have called in, and be able to run that analysis. So this is that full distribution model. And this also allows us to view devices out on the system, some smart line devices that we have in terms of different sensors and reclosers out there that today we don't have. This allows the operator to operate kind of from one platform end to end on the distribution system, which is going to be really, really nice. If you'll jump to the next slide, This is kind of showing the outage management functionality of it. So again, whether the outage comes in from the meter itself that says, hey, I'm out, or a customer calls in, it all goes to the same place here for analysis. So we can look at, okay, where do we predict that the problem most likely is, so we know where to send our repair crews and troubleshooters. This is also where we're going to manage our ETRs, or estimated time of restoration, in the outage management module, and then provide that data over to our customer platform and the new outage map for disseminating out to our customers. But that ETR process will be managed here, along with crew assignment, crew management for outage work. The assignments are made here and then sent out to the crew's mobile tablet device, where they'll use an app called Compass. So if we can go to the next slide.
Very quickly,
Yeah.
I'm gonna probably say something that's obvious to most people in the room, but I think it's important to emphasize. Every time we have a big storm, a major storm, which we've had many in the past couple of years, of course, there's the frustration about the time to restoration. But probably the biggest frustration we get is, just give me information. Today, that is a very manual process. In fact, Aaron, every time we have a big event, we pull him out of his day job to help us with a lot of this manual work. It's not very accurate, and it's time consuming. These Ps, small as it may be, it is incredible. It will add incredible value to our call center folks, to our customers directly, just because it will be a lot more accurate and very quickly for us to gather that information. So that to me is incredible. Again, we won't be able to solve or diminish the impact of storms that quickly, but our ability to know when you're going to get your power back on is going to be significantly enhanced by this.
And it will adjust as we get better information. Yes?
Yes.
So in other words, I may look and see, okay, I'm gonna be back online on Thursday, but as our team is out in the field, as we're making progress or running into bigger challenges, that's gonna adjust based on, right?
Right, but, and we'll know exactly when you went out, how you went out, when we have crews scheduled to go in, knowing that things happen right to the schedule, but it'll be significantly more personalized based on data and less on estimations that our team does today. Really good estimations, but they're still not very accurate, or as accurate as they could be.
I think to your point though, like there's a human element that comes into estimating when returns might be, right? A pull down in one location is not the same as a pull down in another location. You may have a single pull down over here and 12 over in this other section. Until you get eyes on it, you don't really have a really good way of estimating what that return time would be. Flip side is right now we have times where we think we have everybody back on. We see the lights, but somebody around the corner, maybe at the end of the line, we can't see and we don't know. And this will help us to be able to know whether we need to go ahead and fix that customer while we're there versus thinking that they're on and then driving trucks back at a later time.
I think too, this conversation draws out the customer experience shift from, please give me anything. Now, when we post ETRs and you miss the ETR, the customer's going to have a much higher expectation that you didn't do what you said you were going to do. And that's going to be a shift for all of us. That's going to be important to be methodical there.
No, great discussion. ETRs are difficult, but this gives us better tools to help manage them. And as was mentioned, the human element, you can't take that out of it. And so if we can roll to the next slide, this is where that really comes into play. And there's going to be a lot of change management and evolution around this. So, day one, it might not be super, optimized, but with the Compass app, the troubleshooters and electors will have the tablets. They'll be able to get information about the outage, where it is, mapping, routing, all the normal data. But what it'll also do is allow them to be able to back to our control center through the taking of photos, through the changing or making notes about, hey, the ETR, I'm on site here, I got 2 broken poles, it's going to be 2.5 hours. To be able to get that human element back into the system for our control center to use to then update, we can publish it out to the outage map. We can send a text via the customer platform. So really getting that boots on the ground view this new mobile app will help us get there. And again, that's going to take a lot of process change, a lot of training, a lot of optimization to make that where we want it to be. But that's a really exciting piece where we can get that human element to get the best ETRs possible. If you'll jump to the next slide, and we'll kind of talk a little bit both on both Compass and the switch order management or SOM. So kind of some background on this. All the time, really every day that we're operating, we may need to de-energize a portion of line or a piece of equipment, either to make repairs or to change out equipment to do work. The majority of the time, we can do that without actually causing an interruption for our end use customers, because we're able to switch and reroute power from another source to those customers while we take out this section. Sometimes it does require to actually take out, the customer transformer where they will have an outage. But either way, that work is managed through here, and we'll update our kind of near real-time operational model within the outage management system. And the really cool thing about that Compass app is our distribution operators in the control center will see it on the OMS, and they'll be the ones making the updates to that. But the troubleshooters and the line crews on the field will see that on their tablet as well. They'll have the real configuration of the system, any tags or clearances as part of our hold order system to know something switched out and why. All that information will flow back and forth between kind of this switch order management and that mobile app. So that's going to be really, really a key step in just providing the most situational awareness we can, both in the control center and in the field. So really, really exciting stuff. So that kind of wraps my kind of quick highlight on outage management, distribution management, what that's going to mean for our operations. So maybe I'll pause there and see if there's questions, and then I can move into the change management and training components. Okay, we'll move on through. So both for our outage management and really across our program, this is kind of the model or the roadmap we're using for our change management and training. Certain projects and certain end users, this timeline may be adjusted for reasons that are specific to those groups, but in general, we want to provide a lot of communications, and we've done a lot of program communications across the company for several years now about, hey, this is coming, this is what it's going to mean. We've also recently done some road shows about AMI internally that have been really well attended and well received, where folks can come in and kind of see the look and feel, see the technology, how it's going to work. That's been really, really great. So in addition to that, what we look at is about 60 days out or so, there'll be some specific communication on, hey, here's what's going to happen. Here's what this means for you. And here's kind of what your training is going to look like. So what we're starting with about 45 days out is, in most cases, some computer-based training, which is a module that would be, a half hour or less, kind of on the basics. Here's how you log into the system. Here's how you navigate. Here's how things work, so that when we get into that in-person kind of classroom-based training, they have a head start. They already know kind of the basics, and now we can dig into what's this going to mean? How do I, use this system to do my job on a daily basis? So we've got the computer-based first, then about 30 days out, we'll have the in-person training. And this is kind of this needle that we're trying to thread of, you don't want the training so early that folks forget it, and you don't want it so last minute that it seems rushed and I'm not ready. So it's kind of that 30-day window where that in-person classroom training will take place. And then we'll still have a couple weeks out, kind of Q&A sessions and other refresher trainings if folks feel like they need a little bit more, which is going to be great. And then kind of post go live, we'll also have a lot of support post go live. And then what this really sets us up is building out this whole training curriculum across the program. Really sets us up well when we have new employees, when we have folks transfer roles within the company and take on a new job. We've kind of already got the curriculum, we've got the base, we've got the computer training. We'll have recordings of the classroom training if necessary. We can also, conduct that classroom training as well. So this really sets us up well for the future as we think about kind of the sustainability of training around these new systems and capabilities. So that's, again, kind of the overview that we're doing. Each one may look a little different depending on our end user groups, but in general, this is kind of our playbook for how we're doing the training and change management around these new systems.
How big's the target audience for this? I mean, is this the vast How many employees?
Yeah, so in the, like, for, like, as an example, kind of for the outage management, where we've got all the line crews and the troubleshooters, it's several hundred folks that are involved, along with the 50 or so that are at our control center. So it's quite a good number. Overall, we're touching probably about 1,200 employees across when we think about all the different systems. So a really good number of our employees will be impacted by this.
More than half of our workforce is gonna be directly impacted.
It'll be disruptive, right? I mean, this is a lot of change for the organization to continue to do work. So there's lots of effort being put into the training pieces, and some of that's already started. Like you've been including employees along the way, right? And so it's not like this is all going to be brand new. They've seen some of the tools and things of that nature, but it is a heavy lift.
Sure. And in the long run, it's gonna greatly enhance their work, right?
Oh my goodness, yes.
I would characterize as most of them are pretty excited about the future and what the future will look like.
Positive disruption.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at, yeah. Okay.
The board was way ahead of me earlier, which is not surprising. But not to resurrect a conversation previously, but what I couldn't get out is that most AMI evolutions could be characterized as your meter data management system and your communications. And later this year, we're going to do those things. And then I have to read it because I can't keep it straight like Aaron. We're going to do the outage management system drop into production. We're going to do customer platform web interface. We're going to get a new outage map. We're going to integrate enterprise asset management to house all the meters and the infrastructure on the meter rollout. Field service management, which is how we schedule and coordinate physical work being done on the system. Very, very important. GIS, the Geographic Information System, and in early 2026, the customer platform mobile app. So we are not really doing a normal AMI. And Troy's comment on, change management and things are going to come up. We're going to have to work through those. There's going to be a huge toll in the workforce. We're going to put meters out that we don't hear from. And we're going to wonder, where are you? And we're going to have to go figure out from a relaying scheme or whatever it is, why aren't we getting comms from this meter? And so that's why we talk about the value of the pilot, because there are so many moving pieces and the business disruption is so high. And I couldn't get that out earlier, and so I failed there, but I just wanted to kind of draw that in as we talk about, as he makes business impact statements and I talk about the size of this thing. It's quite abnormal. The benefit is we're going to go further faster because of all of this stuff that we're doing in an integrated fashion. And I credit Kate and Javier and the other folks who've been investing in this.
That's a great point. It's really,
From my vantage point, if I may, I get a lot of these presentations, more than I ever thought I was going to get. Nothing has come to life more than when I've actually been in the room, literally sitting side by side with employees who are testing, and you have alignment with a tablet and then a customer care representative on one system and a dispatcher on another system. You can almost feel the energy in the room. We will have a few. Today we're doing a workshop in one of our locations. We have 3 more coming. These are internal only to employees. I'm going to make a point to send an invite to board members. I know it's maybe not a lot of lead time, but if any of you have time and interest, I think that, to me at least, it has brought this to life. The magnitude, the change, and the positive feelings around this. So right after this meeting is over, maybe Aaron can send out some dates and locations. If you can, I consider those a treat, at least for me.
Thank you, Javier. Yeah, that'd be awesome if you can join. And really, I think kind of adding to the point is really, we're doing AMI plus a really large digital transformation on the wire side of our business, how we operate daily. So this is really huge. And the reason we're doing that is to really be able to leverage AMI to its maximum capability by setting up everything up front. So really, really excited. And it's going to be a big over the next 6 months or so and exciting. And I'll be excited to come and report back our progress by the next quarterly update. We'll have a couple of new systems live and be ready to get launched on OMS and customer platform and outage map. So really fun stuff to come.
If I may just say, I just am so impressed with your training plans because it's so much, and for you to take people kind of step by step, and there are going to be people who grasp it and go, oh, I've got this, and they're going, and then there are going to be people like me, like, could you hold my hand and take me through it bit by bit, and you know, so you are covering it for everybody. And you are exactly right. You teach them too soon, they'll forget before they have to put it into practice. So just very smart, very smart. Good for you.
I just want to highlight or give thanks to Kate Brown and her group for the last 10 years of technology upgrades, because this platform would not sit on top of the computer system we were running 10 years ago. So I want to
Long journey.
kudos. She's not here, but kudos to.
She's probably listening.
Her team.
All right, everybody good?
Can I add, I am listening.
Thank you.
All right. Hello, Kate. Glad you're there.
Thank you. I wanted to comment, Director Bogner, thank you so much for your comment. This has been an amazing journey. And to watch what is happening now after many years of the work that teams have done in incredible ways and worked their hearts out to do this work, and to hear the conversation here, and Javier, when you go out into these areas, or I do too, and see the looks on people's faces that have been working this, and the business and the technology people together, the work they've done, and to be so close to where we're going to go live, like Aaron is talking about, and everything that we've discussed. It is phenomenal. And I don't think I can express enough the appreciation I have for what everyone has done to make this happen. Brad has been incredible. So many people have been incredible. So I just wanted to comment and appreciate the comments that have been made. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Kate. All right. Well, great update. Looking forward to the next quarter. And I think with that, that is the end of systems.
All right.
Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. So next we have Thursday's agenda and confirming it. Is there anybody that wants to move any consent action items to discussion action items?
Item 12 should be moved to action.
Okay.
Or discussion action.
Anything else?
SD3 is probably fine. Take it out a little bit. Labor agreements is fine where it is. Consent.
I think so.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Anybody wants? Okay. Just number 12, please. Great. And then how about Mr. Foch for review of board work plan?
Excellent. You'll see a couple, or actually there'll be 3 on the next page. There are 2 items that we will mark as completed as of Thursday. That is the policy revisions of GP5 on the first page. The second page is the BL8, and the second item on the second page is SD4 reliability. There was a question that was raised through the board workshop. It was addressed in systems with regards to potential change in policy and not feeling when needed to be made because it was adequately addressed in SD9. The rest of the items are on track. We're off. Started. We do expect to have a good report out in the August board workshop.
I'll just share ancillary. I'm told we're compliant on BL8. We have posted the required reports, so I will validate that when the meeting is over. I did want to share that based on your expectation, Javier. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else for review of the board work plan? All right, so before we adjourn the meeting, we'll take comments from the public on items of district business. Comments made by all parties during the meeting are part of the official public record. We'll take comments in the room first and then via WebEx. Are there any in-person comments? See no in-person comments, Ms. Lane. Do you see any online comments? We'll give people a chance to raise their hands. Nope. Okay. Well, with no public comments, this meeting will adjourn at